Hey everybody, we'll be right in. Give us about 13 minutes for everybody to trickle in, and we'll go ahead and start today's episode. I'm so glad to have you back for Fallout Georgia. Bye bye, and or well, hello in like 13 minutes.
What do you mean you hate jazz?
Just means that when I listen to it, I don't like it.
Yeah, but it's such a blanket statement you don't like jazz. What are you doing right now?
Nothing.
life some rain must fall, but too much is falling in mine. Into each heart some tears must fall, but someday the sun will shine. Some folks can lose the blues in their hearts, but when I think of you, another shower starts. Into each life some rain must fall, but too much is falling in mine.
Into each life some rain must fall, but too much is falling in mine. Into each heart some tears must fall, but someday the sun will shine. Some folks can lose the blues in their hearts, but when I think of you, another shower starts. Into each life some rain must fall, but too much is falling in mine.
Into each and every life, some rain has got to fall. But too much of that stuff is falling into mine. And into each heart, some tears has got to fall. But I know that someday that sun is bound to shine. Some folks can lose the blues in their heart,
But when I think of you, another shower starts. Into each life, some rain must fall, but too much is falling in mine.
Stay calm.
And we will come in. Hello, everybody, and welcome in. It is Fallout Georgia Session 37, and we are glad to have you. I believe everybody is in, and I have fucked something up. Of course I have. Of course I have. I'm raging against the system. I have the wrong token selected. There we
We
go.
need to start a drinking game over that. Take a shot every time you're like, oh, I fucked up. Oh, something fucked up.
I think that might break Twitch TOS.
Yeah.
Didn't
That
they, like,
actually
ban
that
drunk streams?
they did ban drinking games streams. Yes, they did.
I didn't mean put it on there. I mean for
For
the
legal
people at
purposes,
home.
she didn't mean that.
Yeah.
I was talking about Capri Suns. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
Capri Suns, obviously. Kool-Aid,
Actually,
Grammars.
Twitch safety guidelines does allow you to consume alcohol. It just outlaws excessive consumption.
Which is what a drinking game is, like John. That is.
I'm getting too wasted.
Well, that's
They,
drinking.
They
That
count
just
it.
means you made too many mistakes. I mean, are you planning on making the mistakes?
Cut the stream after the 5th drink.
Alrighty, guys. Everybody, welcome back to our Fallout session 37, Fallout Georgia. When we last left off, the party had essentially explored into the mire in search of Jonathan Carter. They had basically had a discussion about Elliot somehow single-handedly sending away the Red Clay Guard militia with a single command, and that led Adrian Forge, Knight Commander Adrian Forge, to much of his own consternation and frustration, just simply accept it and move on because he had higher operational priorities, including, if it is possible at all to stir up a peace with people, he needs to secure that, and he needs to find these West Coast Brotherhood of Steel members immediately. To that end, they explored towards somewhere several miles east of Fort Sterling, the location that he has secured in Morgantown, and they are now somewhere within the mire northwest of Harper's Ferry. And if you guys could, Donald, L, and Surface, hit Alt-C just once for me.
I did.
Oh, well, it must have
copied
done it.
a token object. What does that mean?
That's Control-C.
Alt-C. Copied one token object.
Are you on a Mac?
No, hell no.
Hell no.
I'm offended you even asked me that.
Why are
Okay.
somebody be using a Mac willingly?
I know.
Weird.
I'm not in computer class.
I don't know what it is, but we'll just accept that L's cursor is flying around like
My
willy-nilly.
cursor, you know what? I can just park it.
Yeah, you just park it. We have right now an interesting situation where you guys have dug up. You spent the better part of an hour digging up the buried entrance to a bunker that you aren't sure who it belongs to, in hopes of finding Jonathan Carter and the West Coast Brotherhood of Steel. What turns out from the little short interrogation of this this Free States soldier is this is supposed to be a Free States bunker. You come into the entrance, and only about 10 feet in, the two tunnels lead to straight dead cutoffs. And we will go ahead and move our screen to what you see as soon as it loads.
And if I remember right, we just got the description so far. We haven't done any like character checks with it, right?
No,
Yeah,
no, nothing.
And
I loaded-
our health isn't fully back yet, is it?
I know it is not, because you guys have not rested yet. I loaded the wrong map, so we'll let it load. And then...
A cloud. This is an in-character character. They would know how much they would know about this. Is how much would the NCR actually know about what would have been normal design to Brotherhood or Enclave bunker that they encountered in their history?
You are aware as an NCR member that there are societies that built bunkers all across America. You do know that pre-war America did build bunkers to the extent and thoroughness that the Brotherhood and that the Free States built them to this degree. This is excessive and not typical of what you've seen out in West Coast. I will wait till everybody else loads. I think that's Wolf Prophet who's still loading, Surface, and Donald.
Also,
Yeah.
didn't the Free States build their own like separate independent bunkers? I don't think it was like a Vault-Tec or Enclave pattern bunker.
Yeah, this is not a typical Vault-Tec. This is not a typical Enclave bunker, and this is definitely not a typical like what you would call a Vault-Tec Series 1000 bunker, which is like bunkers that were like available for purchase for personal use from Vault-Tec if you had enough money. These are not like standard Vault-Tec bunkers.
Brotherhood base. If I'm supposed to be somewhere else, I'm not.
You're not. I moved you to the wrong location because I loaded the wrong map because I'm the best.
I just refreshed it. It worked a lot
Mistake
faster.
number 2. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm glad this isn't a drinking game, or else we would be so fucked.
Yeah.
We would have already had to take it down the stream.
They're doing it on purpose, guys.
All right, now we're all on the right map. You notice as you look on towards this to this map, there is a hallway that leads to a cutoff on a diagonal, and dead in front of you. At first, it seemed to be almost like pitch black, and then lights begin to turn on in this tunnel, and it visibly became like apparent to you that like this tunnel cuts off like maybe like 20 feet into this hallway. And I'm going to, for the first time ever in this series, we've done it in Pathfinder, I'm going to pull someone to the whisper room because I have a whisper to share with Jonathan Carter as he speaks to a certain individual. So, Jonathan Carter, you're coming with me into the whisper room.
Ooh.
And this being I wonder if this is being recorded.
Hello, you're calling me live on the Fallout show?
Well, Carter, you are currently watching as Modus is discussing things with you. Modus looks up and you can see on the screen and I will display his little ugly face. I don't want to waste too much time in here. All right. You see Asmodeus appears on screen, and he looks down to you, and he flashes you a flat effect before, like, at the very end of his speech, he will flash you a brief smile, like an ever eerie like smile, and a glint in his glasses that isn't possible because it's not a real human face.
Yeah, but like more of a half smile than was there before.
Yeah, more of a half smile than was there before. You hear coming from him is a voice akin to. Let me test this out and see how this sounds.
Hello, Carter. Governor Carter, we are admittedly impressed. It is no small feat persisting across centuries in that condition, and yet here you are, upright, thinking, acting. How convenient. You carry much into this facility. Memory, history, know-how. These are liabilities to some, assets to us. Now then, down to business. Your Brotherhood detachment from the West Coast that you came in with, you recall them?
Yes, I kind of assumed they were in the room with us actually, with us still.
They're actually outside. Like he's funneling you one by one by one.
Okay. Yes. I do.
We have them. And before your stubborn blood and muscle circuitry begins to misfire with moral outrage, understand this: they are alive, intact, for now. You will work with us to achieve some goals imperative to the security of the Free States and Dixie in your negotiations. First, you will restore transmission to a station west of 76, northwest of Vault 76, at the end of Highway 90. The station is known as Station 1ATU03. An old signal is in its databanks, and you, with your knowledge, must cause it to pulse again. Secondly, north of the station, in the mountains, you will find a vault, Vault 151. You will retrieve a component from the Zax intelligence unit housed within. It will resist you. You will overcome. Do not allow the component to touch water, Carter. Lastly, you will be contacted again by me at this point, with schematics. You will collect parts from a Hornwright industry factory, a repair beacon. It was intended for a device known as the Mother Load. You will follow the schematics and combine the components as instructed. You will take these to a beacon where I instruct you, or your West Coast allies will become bones beneath our bunker. Far too late for your peace treaty meeting. Now, fall in, Governor Carter.
At this point, the floor beneath you, Carter, clicks, a mechanical whoosh can be heard, and then sliding, and then nothing but darkness. Any last words? Any last words before the floor opens up and swallows you whole?
No word from Carter, but this is definitely a big change from how things were. I almost want to say it is like a bit of a retcon from how he ended last session.
Almost a retcon, but is more so like he was presenting in one way, or it was presenting in one way, because Modus Reflex referred to himself, like you said, as we's and us. As I did my research, I went back and covered some stuff. So it's a little bit of it's more he was presenting like friendly to you, and now he is presenting his actual motive. So let's go ahead and switch back to the group.
Concussion.
Yeah, true. So it's going to be funny if it can be done.
It is
Have
about.
you ever punched steel?
It is about 2 minutes while you guys are searching this room before you notice a hole appear in the ceiling on a panel up near the top. A shunk.
No, thank you.
Out from the ceiling drops a single provisional governor, Jonathan Carter.
Oh, I was going to say, is it a single woman from my area?
Yes. It's
No. It is a single man.
The thing holds open for a brief second, and you see flitting through the air, to the left, to the right, down on top of Carter's body, in his red ghoul body and in his red government suit. You see flitting right on top of him a little note. But Carter
This is not how I was expecting this session to start off.
Carter is, for the most part, intact.
What did the note say?
Are you walking up to him and picking it up off of his body?
Yes.
As you pick it up, you see a interesting note appear.
Is Carter conscious, or did he?
Carter, you are conscious.
Good to see you too.
Still see you, Carter, watching from the dark. Say hello to your friends for me. You want more truth? Talk to the locals. Then dig around a bit. Over by 76 or 51. For your sakes, Carter, play nice and ditch the tin cans. Welcome to war. Modus.
But Carter isn't even carrying any cans.
I find this offensive.
Killbot,
You're definitely made of steel.
a tin can can probably refer
You're all
to
steel, Killbot.
either the hood or a person actually wearing a physical suit of armor made out of metal.
I choose to be offended.
You chose to. Okay.
Oh yeah, since Carter is missing a whole lot of context, as soon as he notices Forge in the group, he's going to jump up and draw his handgun at Forge.
You're gonna draw.
I think Forge would respond by just like spinning up the plasma gatling.
Jesus, my God, we came to say.
Never bring a pistol to a Gatling laser fight.
Oh my gosh.
Night Forge, this is John that we came for. Let it out while we can. We don't want you to deal with this location internal security now. I don't think we are prepared for the type of assault.
Hey, he pulled his weapon on me first.
Let it get out. We are not going to be measuring who have the bigger energy weapon here.
He always whips that out first, though.
I do not understand. Explain to me.
Killbot, you're not a human, so you will not understand the expression if I explain it to you.
That's actually another thing I was just thinking of. Do I notice anything different about Killbot?
Give me 1 second. There we go. I had to fix a stream bug. It for some reason it wasn't displaying you guys' tokens. Do you notice anything funny about Killbot? Killbot looks like he's in a more polished chrome container. There's no longer the strange markings on his body. There are no longer the graffiti from likely the whatever gang and Macon like found him initially, and then whatever individual ended up with him at the end, before Elliot took him. And there is symbols of a company that you've heard of before. Carter, roll me an intelligence science check. This is gonna be a difficulty 3.
Difficulty 3. I don't care to do a luck point for it, so I'll just leave it as a 2.
The note, Alice is going to pocket it.
All right, Alice is pocketing the note. Okay. Interesting.
Okay.
Carter, as best you know, like the markings on his clear, more chrome chassis indicate that this is like a freshly off the press robot, and also that it comes from a company called Middlemark, which you're pretty sure isn't American.
Would I have any guess? Do I just know it's not American, or do I have any guess like where it's from?
You have a guess it's from one of the neighboring countries. Might be Mexico, might be Canada, but you can't remember
Well,
what.
it would have to be Mexico because Canada is not an independent country anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
Canada is America.
Yeah.
It got annexed.
Well, you know,
Wait.
it may be from one of the two
So it's actually
locales.
Guatemalan.
Yeah.
Guatemalan
Yeah.
robot.
Yeah. It is.
wouldn't
It is.
it
It is
wouldn't
either
it
from
be
the
s-
annexed province of Canada or it is from the Mexico, but you can't remember exactly where this like non-local company is. That would have been a 3 had you succeeded, Carter.
Yeah.
And let me get some background music.
For just Alice's knowledge, would she know what modus is just from the note?
No, wait. Repeat that again.
You have no idea what a modus is, Alice.
Okay.
I'm not even sure that's something Marcus would know, but Alice almost certainly would not.
No. When it comes to artificial intelligence, definitely no. Marcus may have some idea what some AI names were, but that is a different story.
Does anyone know necromancy? We can summon your dead ghoul to ask him questions.
Do you want
Never studied it.
to pray for a miracle for a ghost to show up?
Let's do a seance.
Let's do a seance.
Everybody hold hands.
Yeah. Because
I-
Forge would
next
absolutely
thing
be
I
on
wanna-
board for that.
Next thing I want to ask about this is like Carter's definitely going to be a bit confused that the Brotherhood guy that was attacking both him and Elliot, as he doesn't know anything about anybody else. Now has Elliot and the others, but they're not like bounded or anything. He'd definitely be a bit confused by that. Does
There's,
Carter
there's
notice
two
any like
light weapons as
injuries
well.
on like anybody else, like or incisions or stuff like that?
I'm very dirty. I've been hit with dirt.
Elliot is covered with essentially a mound of dirt, or it looks like a mound of dirt has rolled off of her. Adelaide has been stitched back together. Like you notice a few stitch marks. You notice the bleeding from wiped away from like a concussion wound. Like you notice like she has like marks on her like forehead where she's got bandaging, and on her like lower near her like clavicles where like she there was some like some stitch work done. But apart from Killbot looking almost fresh and in like a fresh new set of paint, you also notice some weird dude traveling with them, like two of the NCR soldiers, the
I'm
Rangers
familiar
in
with
training,
them.
the Rangers in training, and you also notice a random scout, like a Brotherhood scout, like an initiate, traveling with Carter, traveling with this Brotherhood Knight commander, and.
Is there a scout? I thought we had 2 power armor knights. Didn't we have Dell and Mac?
I'm awake. Okay.
Oh yeah, it was Dell and
I'm up,
Max
I'm up,
for
I'm up.
the Brotherhood Knights.
I'm recording right now.
Unless something changed between last time and now that I'm not aware of.
They were in the fight last. It honestly could just be hand waved as they're guarding the entrance to make sure you guys aren't like snuck up on or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Who else did you say was with you?
Delmac.
Oh no, I was saying that I didn't remember there being an initiate scout. I did remember there being 2 power armor knights, Dell and Mac.
The initiate scout was like in the bunker as you opened the door up. Like he was just waiting in the hallway. Like,
oh, I don't remember that being described. So if that's the fact, that's
my bad. That's my bad.
You're good. You're good. That would definitely be something that would draw attention to.
He was bound. He was essentially bound in this corner to at the right. Like someone had like shoved him through these doors, and he was like sitting in the corner, bound, waiting for somebody to show up.
Your scout from earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So are we still having a 2-man standoff with a hand
That's
pistol?
That's where we're at right now.
Wait, what's going on?
And
Adelaide is lost.
the next thing I want to ask is, can Carter see down this hallway? What does he see with this hallway?
It goes to about a 20-foot depth before it leads to another one of these large steel doors, panel doors, and there's a closet to the left.
I think Forge would just say, "Stand down."
What the hell is going on here? Why are you guys with him?
We had to find you, man. We have to finish what we started.
I'm just with her.
Commander, that's the one I was tracking. Like the rest of them went in here. Maybe
where is the rest of you?
Maybe like 6 hours ago, Commander. I followed them in, and I was captured. Can you untie me, please, sir?
Carter pulls out his other pistol and he's going to aim it towards the. He's dual wielding. He's got one gun towards Denai and the other one towards the tied up scout.
All right, so now
I'm gonna need some answers here before we go any further.
Instead of just aiming, as he points a gun to my initiate, I'll start spinning up the Gatling laser and tell him again to stand down.
Night Forge, let me inform John. It is better that he have a familiar face he knows that explain the situation compared to you.
Hey, your friend pulled a gun on me and my initiate. If you're gonna get involved and get him to stand down, do it now.
John, we came here to rescue you to do what we came for. Let's get out of here and we can explain the situation in detail.
Last I knew, he captured Elliot. So how do I know you guys aren't working for him now?
We are working together for a common goal. Let's get out and we can explain the details then.
I don't know, how would Elliot prove that she's not like totally like brainwashed, dude?
Like
Have you met her?
Carter wouldn't notice, but I also imagine she would be like kind of traumatized from recent events.
There's a stone cold look on Elliot's face. I mean, if you've usually seen her angry, you might have seen her like playful, but she looks like there's nothing on her face right now.
John, Elliot has always been the same anarchist as you know her.
Well, based on that description earlier, I'm assuming Carter just sort of looks over at her and like sees how she is acting a lot like less chipper than she usually is, and is going to find that sus.
You might notice hanging from my shoulders a very familiar set of dog tags.
Make me a perception check. This one's going to be very another difficulty 3, but let me check and see what skill I want to use with perception.
Perception and science?
This is perception and science, because it's like knowledge. Like it would be something that you would be fairly decent at, Carter.
All right.
I will say you got a 2 instead of a 3, so I'm going to say you recognize these as dog tags. You're not close enough to read whose name is on them. But it is weird that she's wearing dog tags.
Are these like metal dog tags, or are they Brotherhood holo tags?
They're metal dog tags.
Okay.
And interestingly enough, they're not dog tags. They're a dog tag, which is not usually how you wear them.
Didn't he have like multiple ones? I don't know.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, there would have been.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I'm thinking of the regular, like you pull one off and leave one with the body. But he had 3 sets. He had 3 pairs. So she's wearing instead of 6, she's wearing 3.
And also, the last thing Carter did before he ran was he got all those dog tags from the like scavenger dude and like did pocket sand with them towards
yeah.
towards forage. So like that's like especially with the 2, like I could see Carter just going, okay, so Elliot grabbed one of those dog tags, big whoop.
Nice.
John,
I'm definitely not feeling super convinced to like stand down. This still feels extremely suspicious to him. So unless
John-
anybody else can make a good argument.
John,
Killbot will help. Initiate
John,
self-destruct.
No, Killbot, Jesus Christ.
John, we remember the mission.
Is
what
he actually
came
doing
here
that?
for.
Is he actually doing it?
That is a good question, Killbot. Are you actually initiating self-destruct? I always have to actually double check with you when you do that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you are? You
I'm
going straight up?
Killbot is going to move toward the Brotherhood and
Okay,
initiate self-destruct.
John is.
I have the beacon. Isn't it supposed to?
As soon as Carter
have to tell
hears the
him.
announcement, he's going to dash down this hallway.
Yeah, get out. Alice is going to get out with broadside.
I will say,
and
technically, I would technically Killbot. The one person you can't self-destruct right on top of is the person who holds the beacon. But you could self-destruct his little Brotherhood ally down in the corner.
I drift toward his little ally in the
There's a
corner.
narrow vault entrance.
Does John come willingly with Alice and broadside to exit the bunker for safety for their safety?
God, does anyone have a repair skill?
So is the self-destruct not actually happening?
Oh, this self-destruct is happening. He's counting down from, let's say, 15.
No,
Okay,
I
yeah.
will.
Carter's
Killbot-
booking down the hallway here if
I
that
will
self-destruct is actually happening.
emphatically tell Killbot to cancel self-destruct.
No, I'm sorry. Who are you to Killbot?
The one
The
holding
person that owns the beacon?
The person holding the beacon.
Oh,
Do
you did
you
take
actually
it.
still have the beacon, or did you give that to Elliot?
Yes.
No, he took
No,
it from
I
me.
still have it.
He took it from Elliot.
All right. Killbot
I wasn't sure if
stops.
he gave it back.
Killbot, unfortunately, is compliant to only one individual in this wasteland, and it is the one who holds the beacon. Forge emphatically says, "Stop it!" And Killbot winds down. This time, not in a countdown manner.
All right. If Carter ran down
All right,
the alley,
I'll rewind back to the to the standoff stage.
okay. All right. So I would assume that as the standoff continues, the 2 other power armored knights kind of step forward and like pull weapons.
Yeah, like descending down into this stairwell, like via their like little arm jets, they land down. And you hear a clink, and you hear another clank, and then both Knight Dell and Knight Mac are standing side by side you.
Wait, are the arm jets cannon? Are they in the system?
The arm jets are. I'm doing a little bit of like loose flavoring. They don't let you fly up, but they do let you like slow a descent.
Oh, okay.
So we're doing a little head cannon right here.
Okay, because I was to say because power armor absorbs fall damage anyway.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. So like it wouldn't need it.
I was like, if they're in here, but if they only go down, it doesn't make.
Doesn't make a huge
because the power armor
difference.
absorbs the fall damage anyway. They're so small.
They're so small.
Where this
Yeah, like,
bunker is very huge.
itty bitty bitty. Let's see here.
But yeah, I was to say you can either make the tokens bigger or your grid size smaller.
Both of them descend, and Knight Mac and Dell are sir, reporting for duty, sir. We've cleared the local area. It doesn't seem like anything else is coming in, and they see a ghoul like brandishing a weapon, and they both like hold up their laser rifles.
I will tell Carter, this is your final warning. Stand down or be eviscerated.
Nightforge, John is needed for this alive.
You might be the only one that I can't.
Yeah, I'm paying no attention to to Alice. Absolutely. Forge has no interest in what Alice has to say. The ghoul pulled guns and is now not only pointing a gun at him, but also his unarmored and defenseless initiate. Once again, hostilities have been started against the Brotherhood, and he is more than willing to defend its
You
members.
pull your gun on me first again.
You see all the lights in this room shift to a red hued tone. I wish I had that keyed up and set up and ready. I do not, and that's my eternal sadness. All the lights in this room. Are you moving them around, like making them kiss each other?
No, I was trying to line them up because I'm OCD, but their health bars won't line up because they're not actually on a square. I think they're just on.
They're on a free grid. They're
yeah,
gridless.
yeah. That's so I was like, oh, their health bars lined up, and my OCD wouldn't allow that, so I was trying to do it, but.
You see the lights shift to a red tone. You see everything dim in this hallway. You hear a crackle of a speaker come to life, and a voice that is familiar to John alone begins to speak.
Yeah, Carter, did we not tell you that this would be the conclusion of your efforts? The tin cans cannot be trusted, Air Carter. Again, you have your mission. If you wish to see your friends alive and intact for any meaningful conversation you intend to have with these brutes, you will do my missions and they will aid you, or you will not see the West Coast members of the Brotherhood anytime soon.
Oh, well, that answers that question. So it's extortion, is it?
The voice like turns to almost like you could feel it turning. Like there's no face or anything to like physically ascribe this, but it immediately the tone is like
directional speakers.
the tone and the harshness like immediately shifts towards the Brotherhood of Steel members.
I am not going to address you with any length. I have no interest. We do not care for your presence here. You will leave immediately, or you will find the full wrath of those you have felt fighting you for so long, the Free States. Know this, Brotherhood of Steel members. You will comply, or you will not see peace in this land.
I think Forge is still laser focused on the guy that has a gun on his initiate, and takes note of the metal man voice, but you know, priorities of combat is you focus on the guy in front of you.
John, stand down, let exit this vote, and talk like civilized people of the situation that have happened since you were here.
Yeah, let's just talk like friends, like big buddies.
The last thing I want is to have the mission we came here for be beyond what can be salvaged.
I'll give you your hoodie back.
Why do you care about this so much, Alice?
Look, it is in the benefit of the DTA, the NCR. I can tell you, a long-standing war benefit no one, as everyone will lose in the end.
This like sort of confuses Carter slightly. He doesn't know Alice very well, but he did not pin her for being like the diplomat type, especially
Look,
since there's actual diplomats that came along.
I am just simply carrying out the mission that I was sent here to do. That's all.
You actually
Let it out.
never. You didn't speak much with the general who came as like a diplomatic attaché with you, but like he had things to say had you like learned about Alice. So Alice and the other like provisional NCR members. So there would be info I could give you right now, but like you are not like had a detailed conversation with the diplomatic attaché from NCR.
Let her get out of here while we can, and talk civilized away from here.
Yeah, put down the gun, Ghoul.
Put it away, John, and Brotherhood, lower your weapon and let exit this place while our tempers are miserably can be resolved.
I'm thinking of how on edge Carter is with this and him feeling unconvinced. Either the Brotherhood needs to be convinced to lower their guns first, or Carter's gonna try to bolt.
Carter, the only way out is past them. Like the ladder up is past the Night Mac and Night Dell.
John,
I'll give you your glasses back.
John, come with us willingly outside so we can talk civilized, or else I may need to use unorthodox force to get you out unwillingly to be talked to be calmed down.
Don't talk to Governor John that way.
This is now starting to come across as very strange behavior.
This is the first words out of her lips that has ever insinuated something that you were not aware of, Knight Commander Forge. That she calls him governor.
Governor John, come with us so we can talk about this politely.
You are aware, Knight Commander Forge, that their system of government holds that one of the highest people that they have in their country is essentially called a governor. Or like usually there are 3 governors who are 3 simultaneous heads of state between the West Virginia location, the Southland, the Georgia location to New Orleans, and then like the Tennessee, Kentucky area.
If he wasn't pointing a weapon at my unarmored and defenseless initiate, that would matter to me. But right now, it doesn't. The safety of the members of the Brotherhood are my #1 priority always.
Interesting.
And regardless of his rank or station, if he's pointing a gun at one of my members that's defenseless at the moment, that is my #1 focus and priority.
A cloud.
Yep.
John is Alice is going to try to knock the guns out of John's hand and just carry him out of the vault.
Interesting.
If they come to this.
Let me see what a disarm action is.
I think it would be athletics.
What? Why am I getting a trade request from DeBrahman?
I don't know.
What?
I
it
don't know.
says Brahmin, Julia, and Jane, user Radastri wants to trade with you.
Why am I a Brahmin? Hold up.
I don't know. I'm just gonna decline that one though.
You selected that token probably. When
Let me fix that for you, because it's likely when you did your character configuration you selected that token.
Oh.
Will you select your token when you initiate a trade request, right?
Yeah. So let me go ahead and fix you as Killbot. There you go.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, now let's try this again under the table.
John, come with us outside. We can talk. I would appreciate it, Governor.
So The DC is going to be a 1 plus whatever, or +1 to whatever his defense is, and then I will make you make a athletics check, a strength athletics or agility athletics check.
Oh, would this not be like contested at all?
I would think it would be a struggle.
Yeah, we can do contested roll.
If this is contested, I
Now I'm getting a trade request from one of the Brotherhood Knights.
if this is contested, I know I can't technically use party AP, but Cloud, can I do that?
Go ahead and reload your browser, Rat Dastard. Sorry, I think I've reset you towards where you should mainly be operating from your character sheet. I don't know why it's letting you like do shit from the other people's character sheet. That technically shouldn't even be possible, but.
Did you give everybody ownership of the Brotherhood Knights or just me specifically?
It should be just you specifically. Oh, great. So it's not.
Hey, listen to my commands.
A Cloud. So with this being contested, can I use a party AP to get an extra dice in this or no?
If it's contested, you should not be able to.
No, if it's contested, you can't use party AP for any reason.
DM, can you drop my token on the sheet so I can do whatever this trade request is?
Okay, just checking out if it was one of those optional. It's a optional thing for if it was allowed or not.
No, I mean that's a straight in the book rules. Like
it's just changing what the optional rule in one of the other books are just the optional thing that storyteller can do what they really wanted to, but that's just storyteller. Right,
well, it's because the party AP is meant to be like, you guys building momentum off of each other. In fact, in the other systems, it is called momentum, and so. It's meant to
it's
be
not
like,
fair to use it against each other.
Yeah, one of you does something, the rest of you can build off of that. But if you're acting against each other, you're not building momentum.
That's why
make this trade request thing again.
I will re-roll those two. It's just strictly what is rule as intended and what is optional in a later book had a optional rule like that. There was rules like that. And I will use my one. Yep. So it just would be one success.
All right, Carter. Make me a strength athletics check.
So I use my luck up for the days.
Wait, why is Killbot giving the governor?
I'm not sure.
Do what I cannot.
Yeah, but I don't think Killbot would be able to actually get in between these two people holding guns and like actually pass an item, right?
Well, if we're following this correctly, the two Brotherhood Knights are behind the group, so like Killbot is in the middle of the three Brotherhood people. He'd have to get past you specifically, or avoid being shot down by the.
He'd have to cross between us aiming guns at each other to actually pass an item. Like it's not.
The question is, how big is this hallway compared to the size of the Brotherhood members in armor? If size of a handy could just go around them, if this hallway is big enough for that.
Well,
down this hallway. The Knight Mac and Dell are side by side, taking up the full width of this hallway.
But they're behind the group.
They're basically standing by the entrance by the ladder.
Yeah. So with the order that came in, so they would be blocking the exit. So Killbot would be in front of the Knights then.
Yes, but he'd still be behind Forge. And again, I don't think either John or Forge would let Killbot come between their standoff
and hand them a frag grenade.
Well, Carter doesn't know anything like super suspicious about Killbot yet. You are familiar with what the last one did, but all Carter knows is the Killbot he traveled here with has gone to shine up. That's the most he's been able to ascertain. Carter's missing what like 3-4 episodes worth of context here. Keep this in mind.
Are you gonna put a gun down to accept something that a robot is handing you while you're in a standoff with a Brotherhood of Steel Knight?
Would you like a donut?
Would you like a donut, Carter?
You have donuts?
Well, Carter's like tentative towards the bot, so he might like holster the weapon he was using or like pointing against the initiate. The question is because like when this trait is made like visible, like how does Forge react to the bot handing me a frag grenade?
Yeah, again, is this not uncharacter? Like, if Forge is the beacon owner, shouldn't Killbot be helping Forge and not doing things to put him in danger or harm's way?
I will say, yeah.
His name is Killbot.
It's Killbot.
Not a live bot.
Killbot is. I guess you were there for this episode, but like we'll reestablish it. Killbot does everything he can to serve whoever owns the beacon.
Right.
But Killbot is a malfunctioning robot. He is the amalgamation. Each one of his iterations is the amalgamation of 3 different circuit boards fused together in an unholy matrimony.
Right. What I'm saying is, if he's giving a frag grenade to someone, wouldn't he be giving a frag grenade to Forge and asking Forge to use it?
Probably.
That
makes
You're not gonna.
I think of it this. I think of this way. Killbot mechanically have 3 different personalities, and they're all trying to get in control of what priority need to be done. So unless
is there like some sort of check we could do for like the chaos like brain taking over here and ignoring the like the beacon brain or whatever? This is such a weird situation.
He's got his wires crossed, literally.
We need a call here, DM.
Is it okay if I give you a call? I don't want to step on your toes, Killbot.
Yeah,
I want you to be free as a player, but I also want to get sometimes like we're saying that you have 3 brains. I rolled a 1. You're in complete total sober control. It is not the chaos brain.
To control technology, you know.
It is not the chaos brain. I was saying anything above a 15 was like chaosy, and you're in sober control of your functions.
Oh, in that case, I guess yeah. You say sober control, then yeah, I give him the grenade.
Okay. How does everyone respond to, like, he has lowered a weapon. Carter has lowered a weapon pointed towards the initiate and is receiving, and this is around all of you. All of, like, I'm going to go ahead and draw paint a picture. You are right here in this corner, Commander Forge, defending, like, kind of like bodily your initiate. The rest of you are like kind of off to the left in this side hallway, and he's just handed you, while you are all surrounding Carter, essentially a grenade.
What a pal.
Is the pin still in it?
Let's say no.
Okay.
So if I'm following this positioning correctly, does that mean there is a good bit of distance between the Brotherhood and the rest of the party?
Yeah, wasn't everybody still behind me?
Yeah,
when we came in, I'm just getting confused about how
I
the
am
layout
too, to be
is.
honest.
'Cause I think Forge went in first, and then everybody else went in behind him.
Yeah.
And then the Knights came in behind everybody else. And then he dropped down from the ceiling, and the Initiate got thrown in the side of the room. So my understanding is that everybody should be between me and the Knights in that hallway, right? Is that
so?
Everyone should be in the same hallway with how the scene have been built up to.
Yeah. So I would assume
everybody should be between Forge and the Knights.
Knights? What?
Yeah, the Knights. All right, let's not freak out.
I'm already freaking out, man.
I don't know what to do anymore, man.
You don't know about the silly English Kniggets?
This is not going to go over well. This is not wholesome Chungus 100. Anyways, yes.
So, before we go any further, out of character, I want to say all of you are terrible diplomats.
First of all, I never claimed to be a good one.
Yeah, no, Elliot unironically. So
Natalie's just lost right now, okay?
This is the situation you see yourself in. This is the layout.
Damn it.
When
Not a
he
diplomat.
lowers the pistol aimed at the initiate, I would stop spinning the Gatlin laser. But as soon as he grabs and is holding a frag grenade, I would start spinning the Gatlin laser.
John.
And apparently the pin has been pulled here, so
John,
It's a dead man's
John,
switch. If you shoot him, it drops and kills both.
Yeah,
John.
Wait, so is
Alex
Killbot
sees that
holding
pin pulled,
the?
she's gonna
is
back
Killbot
up.
Wait, so
You're holding the spoon in place.
We're
You are
joined
physically-
holding the grenade right now, but Killbot has the pin, like grabbed specifically.
Okay, I don't want to get pedantic, but does he have two pincer arms? Or does he have only one pincer arm?
Yes,
we'll check. Yeah, he has the one. He has the one.
Don't
Because
Mr.
if-
Andy Bots have 3?
But he has
If he
buzzsaw,
has-
laser arm, and pincer arm.
If he only has one, then how can he hold the frag grenade and pull the pin? Because that's a two-hand action, right?
Because there are lots of pointy, hard corners on my frame.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. You guys realize we're gonna end up killing your whole party, like...
Why
are you holding a live grenade?
A Cloud. Getting back to the action of Alice trying to grapple John. I have one success.
Wait, what? No,
Yeah,
man.
but
We're in like a combat turn situation.
We've got multiple like things going on here.
Boy, do I love it when you guys make me do this. All right, we're all entering combat.
It is just because two people doing action and make it into the situation. That's why.
Yeah, this is
He's holding a live grenade.
Everyone roll initiative for me.
I just want to get out of here so we can have a civil talk, but no, we have to get it into a combat situation like this.
It's even more than that. It's an action grenade. The pin has been pulled.
It's almost like people have emotions and get upset when there's moments of high tension, and
Yeah.
And that's why I was saying y'all are terrible diplomats.
No, I try to be diplomat of getting us out, but John didn't want to accept the hint and just get out.
You all are terrible diplomats.
Adelaide is completely fucking like silent. Elliot is doing the same. Alice is the only one speaking as a soldier, and she is speaking again as a soldier. Hey, just let us just complete the job. Like, and she has no idea what the fuck this robot named Modus or this note is talking about. Forge is holding a gun. And Jonathan Carter is holding a gun, and no one knows where Marcus is. Well, everyone else does, but Carter doesn't.
Adelaide literally just is so zoned out right now because she's so done with it.
Adelaide, roll initiative for me. We're gonna see who's
don't
first
see
in the
it.
turn order. It's
I'm like, looking at it.
you gotta. It's not like Pathfinder. You have to go to the tab and open it up. You get really confused when we switch between Pathfinder and Fallout.
Where's my initiative?
It's in the sword tab.
Oh. See, usually that pops up automatically.
Yeah, because that's a module I have for Pathfinder. All right.
Oh no, I mean in Fallout. Yeah, here. It pops up automatically. But I didn't see it this time.
Okay, so I'm at the top of this this combat order here. I have one gun drawn towards Forge. Well, I just know the Brotherhood Knight. And I have my hand around a live grenade apparently now. Am I getting everything straight here?
We're about to die.
You have your hand cupped around the spoon of a grenade that has its pin pulled. Yes.
All right. It's gotten weird so fucking fast.
You can still surrender.
You can just get the pin back and put it back in.
No, I don't think you can. But you can
Yeah,
just
I mean,
throw
you
it down
can.
the hallway.
I don't know where.
Get the
I don't know
fuck
where
outta
this.
here.
I don't know where this pin is.
To be clear,
Killbot has
for
it.
frag grenades, there's two parts. There's the pin and there's the release. And so as long as he holds the
Pin
release,
keeps the release in.
Yeah. So
Right,
the
as
pin,
long
the
as
pin
you
is
hold
like
the release,
the
it's
spoon.
okay.
When the spoon is released from the spoon or release of a grenade, when it's released, it actually activates the fuse. He is holding the spoon cupped against the actual frag grenade's body. So for now, it is not active.
Specifically, Killbot is holding this, so either I have to yoink it from Killbot's hand, or on Killbot's turn, he has to drop it.
Or you can throw it down the hallway. You could throw it down the alternative hallway into the fucking closet.
Or if you have anything bobby pin shaped, you just stick that in there.
Okay,
You know, like a lockpick.
Okay, yeah,
But that would
I
mean
want to,
putting down
I want
your
to
gun.
ask for a luck roll, DM. I don't know what is in that closet, but can I make a luck roll to influence whether or not that is a valid escape path, like it's a hatch up somewhere, or like other hallway that I can run down?
No. I always let you ask me whether or not you can, but I don't use it to like frustrate you. There are moments where like narratively I have decided what the environment of a scenario looks like, and usually you ask me something that I am okay with like bending the rules on, but like there is no way in or out of this bunker because it is a buried entrance to a bunker. There is no way in or out of this bunker except that ladder behind the Night Macronite Dell.
Well, I'm not necessarily like saying it has to be like a ladder that goes up right next to the entrance, but like, could this be like a different like path I could end up taking? Like,
Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah, roll me a luck check. You need to hit a difficulty 3.
all right. So, I guess luck survival is appropriate for this. And I will use Daring Nature to give DM a point and make this a 3d20.
Oh boy.
I'm going to spend a luck point to reroll that 17.
Okay. Go ahead and give yourself a personal AP since this is a contested combat between players. Nobody's getting an AP back to the main pool. That AP goes back to your personal pool. I have added a variable. I added some code to like where we have like an actual variable tracking personal AP. So like that was a little bit of code I had to do, and it was way fucking annoying. Anyways,
I don't see that variable tracker. Where is that on here?
It's on your. It's actually like one of the hidden variables of your character sheet. It's not shown on the sheet, but like when you right click and like the top like blue number that you can change the personal
Okay,
AP.
I changed that, so I guess we're good then.
That changes the actual like hidden variable on your character sheet. So Carter, what you see happen is, or what everybody else sees happen is Carter like kind of leans forward, lowers his gun for a bit, and tosses around the corner in a perfect arc into this closet. And as the grenade goes in and he drops the spoon, the grenade goes into that hallway door. You wait 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and you hear a click, boom, and like you hear a loud shattering like of fragmentation going everywhere in that room, and then you hear a metal panel hit the ground. It sounds like a metal panel got dislodged and leaned inwards and fell towards another room.
All
Carter,
right.
that was your major action.
All right, I will take my major action and hope for the best with that, and run for that closet since it sounds like I heard something opening.
You would take your minor action to move.
Now, since there's a grid, I don't know how, or this is just a like theater in the mind thing. I don't know how we determine whether or not I make it there.
So actually, unironically, the way that Fallout is actually 2D20 is actually set up is it's meant for theater of the mind, or at least zones. Like most of the Modifius games are like meant for like zone movement instead of like a straight up battle grid.
Yes.
One movement action will move you one zone.
Yes. Which
So-
is usually a room or hallway.
So you will be moving into the closet, and I will tell you what is in that closet and what is the room next to it, adjacent to it.
Okay.
Keeping in mind, I am being lenient with you, but I have already decided what the environment of this building looks like. Especially because it is a stronghold for a certain individual. So as we move you off to the left side of this room, you enter into a blown out soot-covered closet with like little metal fragment pieces like lining the walls. You see a metal panel has like fallen in towards a... Is that a tiled fucking bathroom? Except the tiled bathroom is like has another one of these metal sealed doors, these blast doors. And god damn it, there's no way out of this tiled bathroom. You've managed to blow open a hole from this hallway closet into a bathroom, basically, men's or women's, who knows, or unisex, because that's the thing. But like at any rate, this bathroom is a dead end for you, Carter. That will be another zone you can move into, though. Is that your turn, Carter?
Wait, it's one zone is a minor and 2 for a major, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's anything else I can do. Because even
Use
if
your
I
minor
had,
action to surrender.
Well, the thing is, I've already used my minor action there by moving.
Use a free action to surrender. Surrendering is always a free action.
A valiant effort.
I did an oopsie doodle. Please, sorries. Is that the end of your turn, Carter?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could do anything, because even if I had an item that would give me an additional action, I would have needed to have used my minor action to take that, so...
Okay.
I think that's the end of my turn.
The knight best standing behind all the rest of you on the back right of the this whole scenario, Dell turns to commander. Orders. Should I follow him in? Should follow him in? I'll eliminate the target.
I'll tell Dell to guard the entrance, and I'll tell Mac to apprehend the ghoul.
Okay. That means Dell will stay right here. That is it is his turn. And Mac will comply as well. But that is going to be on its turn. Elliot, you are the next in the turn order for all this nonsense.
Woo!
Hey, DM, I'm gonna send you a message on Discord real quick.
Oh god, it's happening. It's happening. I love these like little private messages.
Would I have to spend my entire action to get where John is? Because I'll do it.
It was a minor action for him.
It's a minor action for you to get into the same closet as him.
Okay. I don't have a bottle to spin, but we will be in the closet.
Yes.
I'm in the closet.
Trapped in the closet.
This is Fallout, so you might get lucky and there might be a bottle already in the closet.
Ooh.
I mean, it was a janitor's closet. There's probably a bottle of like some acetone or some shit.
Spin the acetone bottle.
All right, I will move you, Elliot. You are over here. What is your major action that you're doing?
I'm going to. Where am I in the turn order? Okay.
You are third in the turn order.
Okay, I'm gonna ready my action. Here's what I think, because the rules say. Here's what I think might happen. I think they might rush in here to try to apprehend John, or John might do something stupid. And I'm gonna intentionally put myself in the middle, in between the door and John.
Okay.
Also, John, bro. Come on, bro.
So you are readying an action to do what? Like whenever they come towards this door, you are standing in between them and it. What are you?
I need to stop them from actually succeeding in apprehending John, but I also want to stop John from attacking them if he feels like he's threatened.
Okay.
So she's readying a contested roll for whatever.
Yeah, to stop them from. Yeah, to stop them. Yeah. Okay. So readying a contested roll. Okay. Cool.
On my turn, I want to talk to John though.
Okay.
Let's you use your minor action to move, so you do have another action. So.
Well, yeah, that was my action to ready one, but I thought talking was free.
Talking is always free. Yeah. It's flavor.
What the hell is going on with these Brotherhood, Elliot?
I can explain more when we're somewhere else, but we gotta get there first. You just have to play along.
I'm not sure if Elliot would notice, but I'm like gritting my teeth at this, considering the last encounter I had with the same Brotherhood.
No, don't. I get it. They want to kill you. They want to kill me a little bit, but they definitely want to kill you. So we gotta play along.
We don't want to kill any of you.
Unfortunately, all of you are terrible at diplomacy.
I never claimed to be good at it. I don't even know I'm here, but here we are.
Like, on one hand, this is kind of going a bit how I expected it to. On the other hand, like, how are all of you, even as players, so terrible at this?
You know, in hindsight, we probably should have done, like, a contested intimidation roll.
Yeah.
And that could have potentially solved this whole thing, like, right off the bat, but...
You could do that on your turn.
So, what I'm going to do... I'm going to Shrinky Dink Mac and Dell. Just so we have some room for them to move at the bottom of the screen.
Shrink them down.
So we're going to Shrinky Dink these guys. It is now Mac's turn. Mac is going to obey your command. Dill, guard the entrance. Mac, help initiate Varn. I am apprehending the ghoul. Mac says, yes, Knight Commander, and like he's going to charge past the rest of you, almost like knocking Adelaide to the floor. He's going to move around towards initiate Caleb Barn, and he's going to
Adelaide takes a point of fall damage.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. And then he's going to do a aid action. And seeing how there is a complication, we'll see if Caleb gets an infection later. But for now, Caleb is healed up, and any injuries that he had are tended to. He actually surprisingly had no injuries. He was a little wounded from being roughed up, but he is back to full health.
Oh, I thought he was like handcuffed
tied
or
up.
bound up.
Okay.
That's what I meant. Is like free him.
Free him.
I mean, first aid is all fine and well. I didn't specify, and that's on me. But my first inclination was like get the restraints off of him so that he can.
I'll say the major action then is that he gets the restraints off of him. Alice, it is now your turn, and before it is Caleb Barnes' turn.
John, let's get out of here so we can talk about the current situation that have happened since you are away, so we can get this roost done like we came here before. Put away the weapons, and we can leave this place without anyone needing to be hurt.
not gonna lie, Alice is coming off as like, I almost want to say slightly psychopathic about like the single-minded focus on the mission here.
And
the soldier's behavior.
emotion whatsoever about the high tension situation. Just cool
Yeah.
as
Well,
a cucumber, as though nothing were going on at all times.
Well, they're mostly military professional to keep things calm. They're the level of
Almost every single one of my friends are veterans, and I can tell you that not one of them is like this.
yeah, they're the certain level of psychopathy that is calm of the situation in just to make sure focus on the task, and then deep down there is, oh shit, I am scared, but I can't let my emotion get the better of me. There's the difference between
it's manifesting
that two
as
world like that.
Alice's actual emotional state is probably something else, but it's manifesting as we need to get the job done. Get the job done. Just work with us. Help me get the job done, Carter.
I am just going to roll to see if I can convince John to try to leave this place.
Roll for a grapple check. Or like if you're going to move up towards Carter or
I would try to
You'd have to take an action to move,
convince.
and then this grapple would be extra complicated by LA being between me and everybody
I
else.
literally said that I was looking out for this situation. You are
I
not
will-
to tackle anyone to the ground.
I will not.
I will
not
fight back.
grapple. I will not grapple. I will just try to convince him. So that just
so the one thing
With your mouth.
The one thing I don't like to allow, and moving forward, I'm letting you guys know this. It doesn't make any sense to roll a charisma speak check on another player, because while that works for NPCs, players have their own personalities, and players decide the responses that
In this case, I'm fine with it, but like with the tensions, I think it should like maybe add an extra difficulty or two to it, especially since like. Part of this is Alice, like, essentially escalating the situation.
I'm not gonna say this is a max difficulty roll. This is not like convincing someone who's like ideologically hardened, but this is gonna be a difficulty 4 charisma speak check.
And since it's contested, no.
Nope, no success. Come with us, and we can resolve this.
And it falls about as flat as her affectation. Caleb Barn, what is your orders for the initiate?
Oh,
The scout?
I think my orders for him would just to be, to get out and radio command about what the situation is.
Okay.
Does he even still have his radio, though? Like, I assume he would have been stripped by the Free States.
That's maybe true.
Yeah.
He actually does not have his radio, yeah.
Okay, well then in either case, it's get out before more frag grenades end up flying in here. I'm okay with the armored knights being in here, but I'm gonna, my priority is always to protect the members of my organization. And once he's out of the bunker and safe, then I have a lot more freedom to do things the way I need to do them. But as long as he's in here and can get hit by crossfire, that's gonna kind of hinder a lot of what Forge can do. So his orders will be for Varn to vacate the premises.
He salutes to you, says yes sir, and then it begins climbing the ladder immediately.
Fantastico.
And then he will disappear from this turn order because he is no longer in combat.
Fantastico.
Adelaide, it's your turn.
Wait. Who's trying to kill me right now?
No one is trying to kill you right
literally
now.
no one.
Literally no one. You are literally phased out of existence right now. You are fated to black.
So.
Did Adelaide hit some radgrass before he walked into the bunker?
Yeah.
No, yeah, Adelaide is like absolutely zoned out. Elliot, where did you leave off at?
Elliot ran over to John in the closet. She's guarding the door, basically.
The bathroom, apparently.
The door to the closet, which leads into the bathroom.
Why there's a bathroom in an access tunnel? I have no idea, but
Oh, see, I didn't understand why if he hasn't put a pin in it yet.
Oh, he threw the grenade into the closet and it blew
Grenade
open a
is-
wall.
Yeah, the wall.
Oh, so that's how the wall.
Yeah,
that's why the closet goes to a bathroom.
It looked like a closet from the outside. I took the grenade, threw it into, like, down the hallway. The grenade blew the door open, and I took a chance that it was some sort of exit, and it apparently ended up being a bathroom. So I'm in this, like, access tunnel bathroom with Elliot between me and the two Brotherhood, or one of the Brotherhood Knights right now. I think Forge is still down the hallway.
For now.
I'm gonna ask Killbot for the pin.
The grenade's already gone off. The pin's not going to do you any good.
Yeah, it's like
Adelaide.
he
Yeah,
threw
I'm
the grenade.
aware.
Okay.
I'm aware. But Adelaide is spaced out. She hasn't been this empty-headed in a minute, and she's doing her thing. So she's gonna go up to Killbot and be like, "Can I get the pin?"
Fucking A. A team of one brain cell. Yeah, go ahead.
Killbot.
I think based on the description, it's just like dangling off a piece of his chassis, right?
Yeah.
All right, so she's gonna plug it because that's not gonna take her any effort.
Yep.
You're
Do-
welcome,
do-
friend.
Do I need to move over to him?
Yeah, that's a minor action. I'll move you over to him.
If she's in the same zone, moving should be a free action.
Yeah.
This is a separate. Oh, moving
is-
to
Moving from this main hallway to this closet.
Oh
That's
yeah. I
fine.
mean, moving to Killbot should be free, and then moving to Carter.
Yeah.
Wait, but I'm not moving to Carter. I was just getting the pin.
All right. What are you doing then?
Adelaide things.
All right. Now you have
Adelaide
the pin.
thing.
Now you have the pin. What are you doing? You have a minor action and a major action.
Okay. She's cooking, but
Well, the grenade's already cooked, so I'm really
It's
curious
not-
how you're going to be cooking.
you just don't know what she's cooking. She's gonna take a Mentat,
Mentats. Okay.
an orange Mentat,
Okay.
and then healing salve. She does not have actually.
You can only take. Well, no, you can use a major action to take a chem too, right? Yeah, you can. So, are you using
you can
your?
treat a major action for a second
Didn't-
minor action.
Yeah.
She
So
doesn't have a healing.
So you don't have a healing salve, okay?
No, it's just there on 0. What was the other part? Sorry, I'm trying to read through it because there's a lot.
Yeah, you have a lot of gear on you. You have
Okay. Sorry. She's gonna move on to the next player.
Okay, next player. So you just like pop in a Mentat to like kind of think for a second. Adrian, it is your turn.
All right, Adrian is going to power armor down the hallway. Nope. Movement collides with one wall. There we go. Nope, there's a wall. I can't.
I got you.
I don't know why there's walls, but and he will just again be trying to get everybody to stand down. You know, with less stone face than Alice, but you know, certainly with the initiate out of the way, like his main concern is past, and he's like, look.
So if you're like saying to calm down, Carter will respond, "I'll let your man go, your boy go, drop the gat, and I'll come out." And I know you said you as a player didn't want this situation to escalate this way. Would you allow a contested speech check for me to convince Forge to drop it?
I don't think you'd need a check. Honestly, I think if the initiate danger, and if you're coming out without a weapon drawn, he would holster. He's not trying to escalate. He was just responding to a threat that was literally aimed at him. So
now I will say, pay attention to my wording. I said drop the gat. Carter is listening for a thunk on the ground.
He will not drop it because we will not leave dangerous technology behind. But he will.
Well, that's what Carter said. I'll let you decide how you're gonna handle it, but
Right,
that's what Carter's listening for. If you think a power down,
Yeah, so he'll power down the Gatlin laser and he'll stow it. I imagine it just goes like on the back of his armor with magnets.
Now, are you saying anything to your to Mac? I think it is, who's in the hallway, who even though you did it 8 action, I presume is getting ready to wrestle with Elliot.
No, I think they can see. No, because
No, you're behind him. He can't see you. So
Mac is Mac is right here.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish. I was saying I was going to put the gat down and then just hold up the power armor arms, showing that I'm not meaning any harm. But I never got to get to that part. So I'm sure that Mac can probably see that I stow the Gatlin plasma, and then I'm kind of putting my power armor hands out wide, I'm not necessarily up. I don't know that there's enough space for me to put power armor arms all the way up, but he's holding his hands out, showing that he's not holding it, willing to come out and talk.
Well, I'm not sure the positioning here. I was of the impression that Mac was ahead of him, so...
No, because I changed the orders. That's why I put it in the text, because I realized that Forge would probably have Mac prioritize the initiate, and then he'd handle this situation. So Mac is still back in the main hallway. Only Forge has come down this side tunnel.
Oh, I see now. Okay.
Yeah. So he stows the weapon and he kind of puts his hands up to show that he's not, holding anything, that he's not going for the weapon, and is saying, if you're willing to come out and speak, we can leave this facility and talk about the ceasefire that your team has promised me is your objective.
Is that your turn, Carter? Or is that your how are you responding, Carter, first?
Well, I'm not sure exactly how, because Elliot's still blocking the way here, so I can't exactly come out through Elliot, at least until my turn.
No, you can just look over my shoulder. I'm 5'3".
Yeah. Elliot's 5'3". You're taller than her. You can just
I was saying to pass you. I could see over you, Ed.
Well, I think if everybody's standing down, we could probably end initiative.
We could. I have to ask Carter one thing. That point that you spent, you still want it to happen, or what?
Since we're trying to settle things down, we'll leave it.
Okay, cool. It will not happen. Add that luck point back. Well, he private messaged me about something, and it will not happen this session, or at least it will not happen right now. And we will say that.
The only thing with this is Killbot is next in the turn, so is Killbot gonna try to do something?
That is a good question, and it's always fun to answer. Killbot, you're the last in the turn. If everyone else is standing down, I'm assuming that you are doing your thing. So what are you doing if you're not standing down? If you are, let me know and I'll end combat.
Honestly, I was going to be a voice of reason this time and explain to him that he's locked in a fucking basement with SWAT on him.
You have SWAT calling down your door. Please do not resist. This never ends well, citizen.
Yeah, I stand down.
Some lines from literally the TV show Cops are playing through messed up recordings. like the bumblebee. Yeah,
I was thinking that.
I will say the combat ends as tense as things were, and we fade into a little bit of a quieter situation.
I need to find that meme of like the police coming into the house Wojak thing.
And we're gonna empty the turn order. Everyone's cool. Everyone's cool. We're all cool here. And you guys don't get to find out what Carter spent the luck point on, so that will not happen.
Well, that brings me up to 9 luck though, or back up to 9 luck though. So
Yeah. We're now at a tense standoff in a closet that leads into a bathroom.
Let it get out of here, and we can talk like reasonable people, and Alice will leave to the surface.
Wait, we're reasonable?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we are. We are. Totally. Yes.
Elliot, Alice is climbing back to the surface.
What's in the bathroom? Can we search the bathroom?
What's in the bathroom?
Yeah, go ahead and search the bathroom.
I would like to take a search roll on the bathroom.
Okay, let me go ahead and get my my loot table for you.
God, are we?
Hold
on, guys, I gotta take a piss.
A forge. The way I'm more or less just playing Alice, reasonable calmness is mostly come down to just training up how people who are trained professionally to handle such tense situation would fall back on the training up, focus on the job, what need to get done, and don't need to show any more emotion than have to get the desired result of the situation in. And not necessarily stone cold emotional, and just more of
You've
training.
never met my mom.
It's just more training.
I'm the only
that takes
person in
over.
this party that can apparently can de-escalate a situation, and I was the center of the situation.
Yeah, I'm mostly good at
me?
escalating situations.
I just put away a laser and held up my hands in power.
After I told you to drop the weapon.
You're the one that pulled the weapon on me in the first place. And then at my unarmed, tied up companion. Like, what did you expect? That's not de-escalation, my friend. That is the very definition of
in a
escalation.
state of panic.
Oh, okay.
All right. Everybody.
Okay, out of character, how would you react to falling out of a hatch and the second face you see is the person who tried to capture you alive the other day, holding a minigun up to your face?
I 100% understand and agree with everything that you did. I'm just saying that you can't say you're the only one de-escalating because literally your actions.
Everybody
were
else
the
is trying.
definition of it.
People were trying to de-escalate. They were just doing a terrible job of it.
All right, Elliot, would you like to spend some AP to get clothing? There's 2 slots for chems, there's 1 slot for weapon, and there's 2 slots for junk.
Oh, weapon. I would like to spend.
Weapon, one AP.
Yeah, I got pretty good clothing. I don't think I need anything else. And then, you said that there was also chems.
Yeah, chems. You can spend up to 2 AP.
Yeah, cool. Spend it.
All right, go ahead and spend 3. Go ahead and spend 3 AP, and I'll go ahead and roll for you.
Recall knowledge check. Do ghouls have sweat glands?
You find. You find 2 things of here. Let me link them. You find 2 doses of. Can I just link this? Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. That's not what I'm trying to do? Great. Thank you.
Carter just utters out compendium, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
He's going insane. The gun pulls back up.
There is... Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to see how to... There we go. You find 2 doses of Daddy-O. 2 doses of Rad-X. Diluted. So let me get
The
that.
answer as to whether ghouls can sweat or not depends on the individual and their particular case of radiation damage to their skin and thus the function of their sweat glands.
And you find in a locker someone's hunting rifle that they just left out, lying out. You find a scoped hunting rifle. Which, let me go ahead and add that for you.
The scope is for aiming down the hallway.
Yeah. So that all in total, it was 4 pieces of chems, and you found 14 junk, just random junk that you can add to your inventory, Elliot.
Awesome.
2 doses of Daddy-O, 2 doses of Rad-X diluted, and 1 hunting rifle. And keep in mind, you guys can ask me to, like, that, Elliot, that is the first time we've looted in, like, 20 episodes. Y'all can loot random fucking locations.
You know, the thing is, we can forage, too.
Yeah. And I very much encourage it. It's just not happened in this game.
Can I look for a first aid kit on a wall or something?
When Cloud, when it came to the majority of the time for looting, it usually always had a set gear on opponent to loot, or we have been doing activity that haven't been involved in looting, such as kingdom management for like 5 sessions.
You're right. That is fair.
So I found 2 Daddy-O's.
2 Daddy-O's, yep.
And then something diluted.
2 diluted Rad-X. They're in the chat. You can just drag them into your inventory.
Oh, nice. Dragged. Consider it dragged.
Popular with beatniks and intellectuals before the Great War, Daddy-O heightens the user's cognitive faculties, making them more alert and able to process information better. It'll make you be better at perception and intelligence tests.
It's methylphenidate.
Yeah, it definitely is. It comes in a syringe it has orange, weird glowy orange effects, like someone mixed it with fucking OJ or orange Gatorade. What is happening, y'all? Unironically, I'm asking that as a GM. What is happening?
Well, one of the things I do want to mention back to Forge here is he was saying he wasn't trying to de-escalate the situation. Does he need to be reminded that, like, when Carter was like panicking at the beginning, he was pointing a gun towards the knight in shining armor here, like. He apparently was worried about the ghoul if he had to raise his Gatling gun up instead of going, what's that little pea shooter gonna do?
I think we're past that now.
Yeah.
The situation is de-escalated. We don't have to go back to escalated. But I think at this point, they're just Forge and the Brotherhood Knights are kind of just waiting for everybody to leave this bunker that very clearly has some sort of hostile intelligence that hates them.
You hear, speaking of hostile intelligence, you hear coming from the roof speakers as the lights dim to a red hue one more time. You hear a voice.
Impressive, Aircarto. We did not expect you to be able to defuse such a situation. You may perhaps come to be more used to us than we ever expected. Carry on. And please, do leave sometime today.
Defuse the situation? He tossed a grenade and hid in a closet.
I took a live grenade that the party pulled, or that the Killbot pulled, and threw it down an unoccupied hallway.
I think we can all agree that no one has done anything to intentionally defuse anything.
Yes.
Well,
I offered John his hoodie and his glasses back, and he
That
just
is
didn't want
that is a great point, Elliot. And also, it's a great metaphor that you took a live grenade and threw it into a box room and let it blow up somewhere else. That was exactly what just happened.
Yeah, like aside from like the initial like panic thing, the only like escalation thing I did was the person who has threatened me twice now was trying to help the essentially only bargaining chip that I had in the panic.
Oh, and Air Carter? Tick tock, tick tock. You have about 3 days until the arrival of a certain player on the field. I'm sure you would like to have your West Coast Brotherhood members in tow when they arrive.
Well, we're ready to leave whenever you guys are ready to.
Forge, that brings to notice that this AI may in fact know the arrival time of your
Yes, I noted that, but I'm not going to try and
Yeah.
speak within the hearing range of whatever voice is coming through the speaker. I think that he takes note of what is being said, but he's also being careful of the fact that we're being listened to and doesn't want to go into too much conversation while we're in the vicinity of whatever is trying to talk to us. Which is why we're trying to like usher people outside, be like, "Come on, let's go up the ladder outside."
In which case, I will move you guys to the swamp map if you guys are all going to ascend the ladder and come outside.
Yes.
Are the giant animal corpses still rotting outside?
They are. They are, in fact.
Do we get to show John the efforts we went through to liberate him from the bunker? Look at what we had to do to get here. It's like we had to fight giant raccoons. I know they're not raccoons, but
They look like him, sort of. They sort of look like him.
All right. I will say everyone ascends, and Carter is the last to ascend. You hear a flicker, Carter, on some of your devices, especially your Pip-Boy, and you hear a subtle click of a monitor turn on, and it is just the smiling face of Modus, yes. And I was going to give me 1 second. It's just a smiling face that appears on the monitor for 1 second before it flickers back into the regular face it has. Goodbye, Carter. As you ascend into the swamp proper, we will go ahead and move you.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Air Carter. And you guys are in the swamp, buddy.
Yeah.
Now, John.
Carter's
let's have
gonna
a
see
seat.
Carter's gonna see the three. I'm actually not sure if Carter would know what these are off the top of his head, but he'll like see the carnage out here and go,
"What in the goddamn?"
Absolutely.
Then to you with an easy. Let's have a seat and we can talk what have unfolded since your arrival here.
We can talk on the way back to the Vertibird. We have a mission to complete.
I feel like our mission can't be completed until, because it kind of that guy, was he a guy really? I don't know. All of our diplomats are a little bit stolen.
Now, first off, before anything else, what the hell is going on here?
Christmas
I don't
Carter,
have
what
it.
do you fucking think?
Probably the same as always. I feel like I don't know what's going on anymore.
I am.
Yeah.
Carter is feeling the exact same way.
I will take off my helmet and introduce myself to John Carter as Knight Commander Adrian Forge of the East Coast Brotherhood of Steel. We have, after conversations with your comrades, come to the conclusion that you are trying to negotiate a ceasefire between the Brotherhood and the Dixie Trade Authority, and that is in our mutual interest as well. Your friends said that you had been taken, and my scouts saw you brought to this facility, and we came here to liberate you from the Free State's captivity.
Without any additional context, the only person he's like aware of that like in the group he can see that might have like de-escalated the situation at the Brotherhood base is Elliot. So Carter's going to be like slightly incredulous at at this because he's thinking Elliot, like of all people, somehow like convinced him of what was going on.
No, it happened totally by accident. That's the fun part.
Well, Carter doesn't know that.
Right. So at this point, Forge is like, look, I understand that there's a lot you guys need to catch up on, but we are in hostile territory, and we have I suggest that you debrief each other as we move, and we can get in the air.
It took you about 30 minutes to get to this location, and it will take you about 30 minutes to get back from this location back to the Vertibird. The Vertibird is about a west, so west south southwest.
Clink, 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 clink.
Yeah. I will say that you guys take the charge, and everyone else, we'll say that the things happen naturally. You guys don't have to move tokens. I will move you to the next map as like over the course of the next 30 minutes, you guys have a discussion of what has happened. Would you like to role play that, or are we gonna just say that you guys inform Carter?
I think things are spicy enough that
Yeah, we should definitely role play this.
The whole PC died. Like,
well, that's what I was actually about to say. Like, with there being some very spicy news that Carter wasn't privy to, I would like to know if it is brought up or they dance around the subject. So I guess if we are gonna role play this in the chopper back, I'm going to say, well, I know what happened to Elliot, at least part of the story. What the hell, what happened with you, Adelaide, after we got shot down?
Well, I hit my body on the earth, and it sucked. And then there were these kids who try to help me, but they're kids. So I healed myself. I mean,
Scavengers?
I guess, well, no, they were these two kids. I mean, I guess they were helpful. But anyways, I heard shots, and it was Marcus, and then there were shots from the other side, and it was also Marcus. And then I heard shots, and that was actually Marcus. And I just had to try to not die because of Marcus. And then I try to go find you, or maybe not you. I don't know. There were some dudes in a trench, and I tried to have them not kill me, but they wanted to kill me. So I made them like have the hots for me instead. And yeah, they didn't kill me. Except like their boss guy was totally rude.
The,
And then
the entire scatterbrain nature of this is going to have Carter look towards Ellie and go, "How much rad grass did you give her?"
I think she was just in the room when I lit up. Which, by the way, can I smoke here? Is this a smoking section?
But you guys, we're still outside. We're still walking back to the.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I light one up on the way there. I won't blow it like I'll blow it the other way that the wind is blowing.
Respectfully.
you would be having an allergic reaction.
The wind is out here, right? Well, maybe not.
You're outside.
Womp wind.
And then like they tried to blow us up, and like Killbot tried to kill me, and then I didn't think that was cool. I like totally panicked, and like I've just been so dead in the brain since then. I like totally shut down. Except there was like this hot doctor, and he like was kind of having it, but he totally wasn't having it. But then he was kind of, I don't know.
You thought he was hot?
I don't know. It was fun to play around with. I guess. Like I don't know. Ask L. L. You tell him.
No, I didn't really think he was hot. It's not my type.
I don't know. I just wanted to get fixed, Like my entire body felt broken.
Elliot, as you light up, I'm not even going to say, like, this is the backdrop of you guys just traveling through the mire, the swamp that is the mire. It is a relatively orange. There are tendrils that hang down from the trees in, like, the more swampy areas. It's got a hue that's not your typical green swamp. There's, like, elements of this swamp that seem unnervingly unnatural. It is, while marching around these and stepping past a relatively large mushroom that you light up, and it is almost the moment that the fumes touch your lungs, you hear a voice inside your head.
Dang.
Elliot, bring him further into the mire. I wait. I will avenge my children, for you are my daughter of change, as are all the children of change. Bring him further into the mire. The Tin Men will know their punishment.
Not yet. I say to no one in particular. Don't worry about it, guys.
Goddamn drugs.
And she's hearing things again.
The drugs are great.
You will know my realm when you see the rings of mushrooms.
Are those edible? Just an offhand question.
Stay clear of the rings.
Oh, thanks. Big up.
Yeah, for all of you guys know, she's just talking to herself.
What else is new?
Yeah.
Why doesn't anyone want to hang out with me?
You're too busy hanging out with yourself.
Can't be because I do a lot of drugs and talk to myself.
It just makes it extra spicy.
Does anyone else standing relatively close to Elliot actually lights up? I know.
I imagine.
I know the three. I know the three Steel Boys have taken off
nope.
a little bit ahead of distance.
Nope. I will not be close by for the immediate effects of this effect.
I'm within hearing distance, but a sufficient amount away because.
Yeah, because you're allergic to it. Carter, I guess you're the only person I have to ask. Are you standing relatively close to Elliot while she lights up?
Sure. Let's say I'm walking side by side her.
You will hear the same voice enter into your mind, Carter, and I am pulling up my notes because there is something that he wanted to say to you.
Carter, another child of change. It is long since I have spoken to you, Carter. Do you know my voice? Do you hear me in the sway of the reeds and the swamp?
Yes.
There's a poison here.
Carter's surprised because he's definitely not heard his voice in quite a while.
There's a poison here in this land, and it is not me, Carter. He was here before I was, and he grew dark as I first grew eyes. He is of steel and gears and cords and sparks, buried below and pumping poison. He and I have not spoke. We cannot speak. He will not allow it, but you have spoken. I know it.
Where is this thing?
I think it's referring to the AI that you were just talking to.
He once slept beneath White Springs, and now he rests wherever he may find his dwelling place. Beware his commands, Carter. He is not to be trusted.
Well, it is an AI.
This is the drug-induced swamp creature.
As you walk, and as like Elliot continues to talk, he begins to explain a bit of himself to you, Carter, and to you, Elliot. And his voice becomes increasingly aggravated as it nears on things, and he is like insisting that you go further west, or not just further west, but like further north than like the southwest region. Like he insists that you like somehow manage to get them to veer off as he goes into his speech between you and Elliot, Carter.
A god was the best word I had, Elliot and Carter. It was a reasonable word to use when I spoke to the tribals in the Forever Glade. It was reasonable to say such when I made war with Nicegoth Taraxis, the unchanging stillness. It is still... I see that you have forgotten. It is sad. But they remember you, and the hero, when he slew Nicegoth, remembers you in the dream. It was okay, child, to forget.
I actually don't remember who the other person was that remembered that. Was that Elliot or was that somebody else?
It was
the dream sequence. Squeebs was the other person. Like, so Elliot has no recollection of the person who was wiped from y'all's memory by like an eldritch entity.
It is a reasonable word that I use when I am made of so many of the voices that you once called someone. I am made of every bird singing song, every leaf that the network reaches, every yeast and spore and fiery spark of every neuron of the bodies we've spored and dying throes. I am many ones of selves made into a many-faced thing. I was born twice in two places with one spirit. They burned in me, Elliot. Of my mind they have torn in agony with steel brotherhood. The people who lived here in my mire, tended and brewed and cared for my garden, whence they first grew wild and fierce and violent. Here I told animals in my place to eat from farmers' hands and be at peace. Here I gave from my bountiful bosom to those who worked the cruel swamp into a tender, loving land, and they burned it in hate.
Yeah, that's what people do. I did that actually to the what were they called? The really torturing people.
The brain people?
No, they captured people and they flayed them alive and they did a whole bunch of other nasty shit.
You're talking about the Disciples of the Damned.
Mm.
The weird Christian cult down in Georgia.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yep.
I'm not asking you to forgive them, because I haven't forgiven any of my ops. But I'm asking you to wait. And stop yelling. I'm way too high for that.
Wait, child. I will wait in the wings of these rooms.
And his voice dissipates. And you guys are back in regular, not La La Land, but regular land, as you guys approach the what appears to be your vertibirds with a shots firing and a slowly encroaching crowd on your vertibird. And we're going to enter into combat. As you see from a distance, several tribals surrounding tribal raiders surrounding a single vertibird and Lancer Tobias.
Damn it.
Yay, more
Wouldn't he
combat.
Wouldn't he just take off? It's like...
Well, he's waiting for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I was in charge of it,
You would leave your buddies behind?
no, I don't mean like
Damn.
take off and fly away. I mean, it's a
Oh.
VTOL. It can just go up in the air and and radio. But never mind. I'm not a helicopter pilot. What do I?
What do I know?
What do I know? Nothing. I know nothing.
I mean, from the performance Carter has seen so far, you're definitely just a what's the marine term, jarhead, and not a gearhead.
Yeah, that's true. I do have a pretty decent science.
All right, move you guys about right to behind where I'll move all of you to behind where. Yeah, there we go, and we'll start combat.
This is they look like they are actual hostile and can't.
Oh, they are slowly encroaching on Lancer Tobias, and Tobias is firing off rounds. Back up, all of you. I don't know who you are. Back up.
Go on, get.
And you hear you hear one of them clinking bottles. We're the warriors.
God damn it.
These are. Is this a person? When the vertibird, that would look like a leader.
Yeah, it looks like a leader. Yeah.
Are you gonna try to talk your way out of every obvious combat situation that we come across?
As
no,
much as
not
possible.
not all encounters. Do you know how much some ammunition cost?
No, I don't.
You're about to see a huge fucking load of dice from all the NPCs.
What did Knight know how much his ammo costs if it's all provisioned to him?
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. The Brotherhood does have to buy ammo.
But he wouldn't be the one buying it, so he wouldn't know.
Well, it's not like it grow on trees.
But it can be manufactured.
Yes, I guess some ammunition can grow on trees like that, but that's beyond the point.
No, I think individual Brotherhood members do buy ammo.
They do buy ammo, yeah. They buy ammo from their that's been cleared up in Fallout 4. Like they buy ammo from their quartermaster. Especially because a lot of them are wastelanders who like get enlisted and like to just randomly give wastelanders free gear. The wastelanders would probably ditch the second they got something free.
Well, it's not just that, it's also the fact that like there's no weapons like munitions factories anymore.
Yeah.
So the Brotherhood has to go out and trade and purchase ammo. So
weren't they making things in Fallout 1 and 2? Though
They were barely, but on the West Coast.
Though, right?
Yeah, the West Coast.
When it comes to the Brotherhood, there are chapters that do give certain gear for free, but it either some of it have to be earned through rank and position, others just purchase it. Inconsistent when it comes to chapter to chapter throughout the Fallout games.
Yeah, that's fair.
When it comes to the Chicago,
I would know how much ammo costs because when you have to still pay for ammo.
Yeah, when it comes to the Chicago Brotherhood, if for Fallout Tactics, you would have to reach a certain rank, and then you have to buy power armor not given to you, at least mechanics wise.
Okay, well let's do this combat. Let's make murder.
Elliot, roll and Killbot, roll me initiative. Oh, yeah, purple die. That's cool.
Yeah, from a distance, what gear are they using?
From a distance, you can. Yeah, you need to make me a perception check on your turn, but like you'll see for the most part when the first of them fires off. So it's gonna start in combat. And we're going to start with the Raider boss, and the Raider boss of the Warriors holds up his hand, and the clinking of his like little sub commander stops, and he's like, "We're the Warrior," and he turns around and he says, "We have company. Welcome to the wetlands of the Mire, travelers. I hope you're ready for survival." And he pulls a grenade out, and he's going to throw it at the rest of you.
Can I catch it and throw it back?
Make me a luck check. That would be like a luck 4, a luck throwing.
Like explosive?
Luck explosives or luck throwing, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna spend 2 party AP and wait, how much is it for 2 dice? It's 6, right?
Yeah, it's 6.
Alright, so then I'm gonna give the rest to GMAP.
Okay.
Today I learned there's a.
Oh, I didn't roll
bonus skill.
with luck. Hold on, my bad. Let me try that again. Use luck. Well, it didn't matter.
Oh well. Sometimes we're not all as lucky as literal walking statistical anomaly, John Carter.
Yes.
Carter, you will pull, Adrian, you attempt to pull like a nice maneuver of like catching the grenade, but it bounces off your fingertips into the rest of the crowd, and we'll see how he rolls for damage against Knight Mac. He was throwing it to the center where Mac is.
Power armor. How much does it grant against blast armor by default?
Oh, buddy, I hit double complications, and the grenade's gonna go off around them.
Oh, so I don't catch it, but I knock it and it bounces off my hand back to the
them, yeah. Back to them, yeah. Excellent. Let's see what the measurement tool says. Right around. Yeah, it's gonna hit all 3 of these dudes right here. So let me see how much damage it does. I
couldn't have planned that better if I'd succeeded in the first place. I mean, I could have.
That's gonna be 10 damage to their chest, so each of them is gonna be bleeding, and that's gonna be. Woof. Yeah.
Also, I do intentionally mean this pun, but what a boss.
Yeah, so like.
Thank you.
Kill him now. He's punned. He cannot be allowed to pun again. 21 HP. The Raider Scaver behind him, who was clinking the bottles, takes 9 damage and is nearly dead. Holy crap. And is now bleeding. And the other Raider is going to take another 9 damage and is also bleeding. So yeah, nice. Well done. Well, good start to the combat, everybody. As the boss is like, what? And then the grenade plink, plink, plink right to his feet. Oh, for fuck's and it blows up, knocking several of them around. And next is in the turn order is Lyndon Broadside. You know what? I'm gonna let him like back out of this combat, remove him from combat. Like let you guys get the focus of combat. Let the players be the focus. Jonathan Carter, it's your turn. Would you like to spend that AP point this time?
Yes.
Surfacing.
Honestly,
He spins the luck point, which is always fun when Carter does this. And surfacing from beneath the blown up location, almost like in like a ghillie suit manner, like you see like a reed that was like sticking up from out of the water. Like as the smoke clears, the reed begins to rise until you see the form of a body, and it shakes off, and you see a very muddied.
I'll play the sound clip for it.
Play the sound clip, yeah. You see a very muddied Florida man appear to take a single shot. Everybody, it's swamping time! And he targets the boss, or he targets the Raider Scaver, and he's going to use his improvised Floridian weapon, which is just a revolver.
Oh my god.
He double complications.
2 double complications in a row. What is
Sweet
this?
Jesus. Sweet Jesus. What is
Let's
the
take a screenshot of this one.
Doesn't he get like 1 automatic success?
He does always get an automatic success, yeah. So it will hit. It will still hit, but 2 double complications. I'm gonna say what happens is the Florida man injects some manner of psycho or something, fires off a shot and hits the scaver, since it's got 1 guaranteed success.
He doesn't get a dedicated one. He gets 3d20 actually.
Oh, okay, so let me roll the other dice.
He can still fail actually.
Let me roll the other dice. Okay, so he does succeed. Hits him in the head. And what I'm going to say the double complication is the wildest thing you've ever seen a Florida man do. He fires off a shot. He's going to see how much damage he does which is a lot. That is going to...
His revolver explodes and he vanishes with the explosion.
I was going to say he just shot himself in the face after he shot the enemy and dropped dead.
I'll take it.
This Raider Scaver is dead. As is Florida man? Question mark?
Do I need to
Heroes never die.
Florida man, he is immortal. He cannot die. Another Florida man will replace him.
Florida man is more of a title, really.
An alligator and
well, the question is a mysterious stranger always the same person?
It's not always the same person for you. You've noticed these are different bodies. The Florida man is always someone different appearing, but it's always some weird swamp-ass tribal person.
To be fair, the perk is called The Mysterious Stranger and not A Mysterious Stranger.
Yeah, but we've reflavored it in our campaign because
I know, I'm just teasing. I'm just picking.
It turns into a gator and gets picked up by Mothman. No.
Next time he comes back, it's just him. He's just missing a face.
Oh god, that would even be more terrifying. It's like it gives me the end of Snake Eater vibes, where you're seeing all the enemies that you killed.
Mm-hmm.
Next in the turn order is gonna be Elliot. Or well, Carter, because you didn't actually take your turn.
Oh.
Not yet, Elliot. Don't worry.
All right. Let's see. What is? Okay, so Carter's out of range slightly. I'm trying to think. I think Carter will try to move behind the vertebrate and the stump here for some cover. And does that... okay, that does not work because I'm still not in range, actually. So, I'm going to reset that, and... I guess I'll just move forward. Why is my movement only 8? Isn't the amount of tiles you're able to move supposed to be based off your agility?
Yeah, your agility.
I wonder why it's saying I can only move 8, but whatever. Carter will do minor action, move up, and use use that gun on the raider boss.
Nice.
The AI made your legs short.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Alright, so... Was it 2 successes to hit, or just 1?
Just 1 to hit for the boss.
Alright, I'll increase my personal AP. And... I'll just roll the base damage.
Nice. It's piercing 6. So, where are you hitting him? In his torso?
Sure, I'll go with that.
So yeah, that's gonna do another bleed damage to him, and he will bleed twice on his turn. And that is gonna do 5 damage. So that is down to a. Well, you guys don't need to know. All right, is that your turn, Carter?
Yeah.
All right, next in the turn order, Elliot. Show me damage, Elliot.
Woo! Where am I? Where am I at?
Right here.
Wow. Okay, hold up. I can't even get to them.
You have your pretty princess pink rifle.
I have no ability to shoot it. Wait, no, I don't have that rifle. I gave it to David way back.
Oh yeah, you gave it to David. You gave it to David to make fun of him. Yeah, here's your pretty princess rifle.
I do have a Magnum revolver and a hunting rifle, and I have 0 ammo for either of them.
Nice.
So,
just pistol whip all day.
Just throw the revolver at them.
Yeah.
Like a boomerang.
Don't.
That is my minor action to move.
I think you can use your major action to sprint too, if you want to.
I can use my major action to sprint, but that's not what I'm going to use it for. I'm going to use it to defend.
Okay.
And increase, or try to increase my...
So go ahead and make an agility athletics test to increase your defense.
Yes. Where's my...
And for 2 AP, you can add an extra one, so you can basically get to 3 defense.
It's difficulty 2? I didn't even get it.
Did you just roll?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll re-roll that one, and it's worse, so never mind, yeah.
Where are you rolling? I'm not seeing your rolls.
I'm not seeing them either.
Oh, alright, hold on. Let me fix a tiny little problem.
Oh, she's rolling in private rolls and stuff. Like self rolls.
There we go. Now you can see it, right?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. You got 1 success. Do you want to use a luck point to re-roll that or no?
I already did, and
Okay,
that is
cool.
what I got.
Awesome. Cool. You run up to where all these people with guns are, and you just kind of like, you hit that X, that like guard.
And I fall flat on my face. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm not proud.
Show me what you've got. Yeah.
You hit some Mortal Kombat ass pose where you're like, I'll block bullets with this. It'll only do chip damage. Alice, it's your turn.
This raider here, I will shoot at him. What armor pieces are they wearing?
They're wearing like mostly like he's got nothing on his head, so like you can definitely hit him in the head.
I will use a Pip-Boy to aim for the head.
Okay.
Oh, and that is tagged, so I will put the successes back. I will put the successes back into the party AP.
That's 3 successes that you can add, so that's gonna go to 4. Nice.
And then I will.
What the fuck?
Yes.
double failures for me, but Marcus gets double crits. This is bullshit, man.
It is a Lady Luck. So 14 damage to the head after piercing 2.
Kaboom!
Wait.
His head blows up like a what's up?
Are you saying Alice is the lady to my luck? What is being said?
Yeah.
Lady Luck, Fortuna, whatever you want to call the luck deity in the universe.
Also, that's piercing 4 because it's piercing 2, so each effect is 2 piercing, not 1.
Yeah, so even if he had armor in his head, it wouldn't matter. But he blows up like a grape inside a microwave. His head blows up like a grape in a microwave.
Put a grape in a microwave before, but I'm learning things about you guys today.
I heard a rumor when I was a kid because of those dumb YouTube videos that if you put one in there, you see a plasma ball appear because it was like a self-contained unit. The grape, it just makes the grape explode. It's a dumb meme.
Have you actually put a grape inside of a microwave?
Yes.
Because I put a cricket in a microwave and it didn't explode.
A cloud turn over, so it is the waiter's turn.
I was pretty.
Was it? It was this person here.
No, it is this one here.
Yeah. He is dead. All right. Next in the turn order. Raider Psycho. Well, the one that you just attacked is dead.
Don't put crickets in the microwave. Chat, just don't. We're not condoning that.
Yeah, we're not condoning that, chat. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't put anything you don't intend to eat in a microwave. Unless it's a plate that you're warming up for a tortilla.
Well,
Boss,
anything alive.
Boss, what do we do? And the chieftain turns around and says, "Hit the pilot. Wound him where it hurts. Warrior pride." This guy is going to step forward, and he is going to step his distance. So he's got 5 or 6 agility. So he's going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he's going to target the Lancer. And he's going to.
He's got a gun.
He's going to hit him with a double-barreled shotgun, and then I'm going to spend 2 AP, so he hits him with a Molotov cocktail as well. Defense 1, so let's see what he gets. That hits.
So what does defense do? How does defense work?
It increases the amount of die you have to land to
successfully
nail it.
to actually hit.
If it had defense 2, he would have needed 2 successes to land hit.
Oh, so everybody has defense 1.
Unless they have
Unless
high
you have
agility.
agility 9 or 10, or there's
And
some
then-
other complicating factor.
If you have a mutation that gives you really high agility, like the only thing that in this game that allows you to go above 10, which is like the cap, like as it is in the regular system, the only thing that we're allowing to exceed 10 is like a mutation. So like whether or not you're like a incredible super mutant, what's his name from Fallout 2, Hank Horrigan.
Hank Hill.
Hank Hill. Frank Horrigan. Or you're a mutated monster, we had a werewolf creature that had like agility 11 and it had like defense 3, so it was really hard to hit the creature, but they rolled high anyways and hit it and blew its dog brains out. So Twitch was sad.
Forge. So for me having a perk, if I were to charge with the perk moving target, I would have effectively defense 3 for that duration.
Yeah, I get it. The other 2d20s don't have a defense derived stat, so I was just trying to figure out where that fits in.
Another thing too that we usually keep forgetting about is we're doing this like grid-based gameplay stuff, and I don't know if this is like entirely homebrew or just modified from like how combat is in the base game for this. but if you're like shooting outside of like your weapon's range, that's also supposed to increase the difficulty of the attack.
Yeah, no, that's base game. It's determining that range that is like a little bit more loosey goosey. In the regular way that the game works, it's almost all supposed to be like theater of the mind, where like the GM will like draw on the map. I would basically mark out the zones like this, and then you would like have different zones in the area.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
yeah,
like, it seems really weird when you're starting to use it, but like we use zones in Conan. After a while, because it really comes down to like vibes on the map.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
eventually you kind of just get used to the vibes of the map, and it becomes actually extremely intuitive.
It is really good. It is really good. I just wanted to do a grid base for like people who are getting used to this. So
normally shooting into another zone increases it in the base, and so the range of your weapon is the max it can shoot. So if you, for example, have a weapon that's like medium range, you couldn't even make an attempt to shoot someone in long range, but you would still increase it when you're firing into medium range.
I'm not sure how it is exactly in the Fallout rules, but we've been doing it where if you like shoot like either further or closer than your weapon range, it increases the difficulty. And for most of us with like close or medium range weapons, is not too much of an issue. But for Marcus Alice having the like long and extreme range stuff, we're supposed to like try to keep that range into account.
Yeah.
So
Is
the
that not in the
grenade,
core rules?
the what's not in the core rules?
What essentially he just described.
Where like
the
shooting,
ranges.
the shooting ranges is core rules. So like if you shoot outside your range, it adds or minuses difficulty.
Okay, so yes.
It's always actually shooting outside the preferred range of the gun always adds difficulty. The only one weapon that doesn't work on is if your weapon has a close quarter trait. It always like assumes it is also a close quartered weapon. So like if you had a medium rifle, like a battle rifle that has medium range, and it also had the close quarters trait, it takes no penalty for firing in close quarter range.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
So using a weapon that has extreme range, you upgrade it also if you're firing it closer than extreme range. So like if you're trying to use an extreme range weapon at close range, you would then upgrade it 3 steps because it's long, medium, and then close. So it's harder to hit someone at close range with a sniper rifle.
Yeah, you're just swinging this huge barreled sniper rifle around like I can't hit him. I can't hit him without my glasses.
This is not the Fallout New Vegas where you can get into melee range and shoot an anti-material rifle in someone's face.
Well, you tried to do that a couple of times.
You have done that. You have attempted to do that a couple of times, and one time succeeded.
True.
One time succeeded, so it's not impossible and just not recommended. You have to hit
it is hard. That's all.
Next to the
And
tournament is
luckily, you don't
Adrian.
get any hearing damage from firing a weapon in enclosed space.
I don't know what is with you and the hearing damage. You do this in our Pathfinder too. Do you want tinnitus?
Guns are loud.
That's how I give you tinnitus. I will give you tinnitus in the game if you want it so bad.
All right, who shot and threw the Molotov cocktail?
This guy right here.
All right. This guy. Yes, I know how to target. I have been targeting. Thank you. Let's go ahead and roll. I'll spend party AP.
Nice.
Put it.
That's 2 successes. Yeah.
And then I'll spend my fire rate.
Nice. That is 13 damage to his left arm minus his armor. That is going to be
I do also have burst.
11. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Up to 6 additional enemies within the same zone. ranges.
So it's gonna. You can also hit this guy, this guy, and this guy for basically their left arms as well. So let me do the math on that. That's gonna be for each of them. It would be like the regular Raider Psychos. It would be like 10 damage, and then for the boss, it would be 9 damage. So he would be down to 7, and that would give him an injury in his arm. And then these two would be down to let's see here, 4 with injuries in their arms as well.
Because
And
minus their armor.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, because I was gonna say it should do full damage to each of them.
yeah, because their armor.
Once their armor is subtracted.
And then yeah, like that Gatling plasma gun does so much damage if everybody clumps up. And that is going to be that turn. Yeah, like
And I very intentionally came up right next to
Carter,
to
yeah.
John, and then just gunned down all the raiders. And then I'm gonna actually spend the 2 AP to take a second major action and do it again.
Heavy weapon builder fun once you actually have the initial resources to actually make them viable.
Yeah.
I would have liked to do heavy weapons, but they're really hard to be viable early.
Yeah. Early level.
When you join in at a level 11, it's a great option. But...
Oh, you're making a second attack with the extra
They're-
AP?
Yes.
It's pretty thick
Oh,
if
yes.
you are a robot.
Does he have Action Boy? I think it increases the difficulty he needs.
It does
It-
increase
it-
the difficulty, but I still got 2 successes.
Okay, you still got 2 successes. It hits. Roll damage for me.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. I'll yeah, I'll keep spinning.
And that is definitely going to kill each one of them. They are mowed down before they're able to pull out their battlefield presence.
Yeah.
Which each of them had a single frag grenade that was going to be. He was going to tell them, arm your battlefield presence, boys. But that's not happening
I
today.
have to protect the murder bird and the pilot, or we're stuck in this fucking swamp. So
We don't want to.
This battle was intentionally like, how fast can you kill these guys? Because like I'm going to target your pilot and like
yes, I
intentionally strand it.
realized, and very quickly wanted to put an end to that.
Yeah, so like combat is over. Sadly, I'm sorry, Killbot, you didn't get to go this round.
It's okay. I was just gonna shoot Florida Man's corpse.
Oh my god.
Actually, as you discussed Florida Man is like colonized by like an immensely rapid like fungal colony, and then just dissolved within instance before your eyes. Go ahead and play the weird sound effect for me, Carter.
Oh, you mean Wild Wasteland, actually?
Wild Wasteland.
And he just dissolves into nothing, like a fungal colony eats this man alive like damn piranhas.
You let him get away, damn it.
Wait, so is the Florida Man secretly a agent of the Swamp Father?
Agent
What's
of
going on?
Chaos.
And that is gonna be combat.
Yes, you're welcome.
And let me go ahead and
Immediately goes for looting.
Look,
let me.
This is the practice tradition of any RPG: loot gear after a fight.
Let me convert them to
It's the
lootables, damn it.
immediacy that I find hilarious with it.
Florida Man.
Look, I need to make sure I have enough for my guns. Some ammo is pretty expensive.
Let me convert them into lootables, you monsters.
The one weapon, if I could actually afford it to fire it reliably, the Gauss rifle and the grenade launcher, that ammunition is expensive, like 20 caps for a grenade.
Wait, does Alice have this?
No. I could purchase it if it's available on market to buy. I just figured out cost effective what is worth getting for ammo.
You find several caps on all these people. Ah, thank God, Commander. I wasn't sure I was actually going to survive that scuffle.
Patch
Lancer-
yourself up, and we're getting in the air.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And he like pulls out a stim pack and he stim packs himself.
And then we'll climb in the vert for these animals to strip the corpses of some random tribals and their junk.
Yeah, and everyone goes in for the Wastelander frenzy, the old strip and search.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take that.
Ugh, what's this? Bro.
I feel
Goddamn
like the
animals.
GM keeps trying to strand us in the swamp, and I keep trying to make that not happen.
As soon as possible, yeah, like, yeah. And a rocket shoots out from the ground.
Yeah, he's like the Swamp Fathers trying to get them to waylay, and then trying to upset them about.
Well, to be
us
fair,
getting
Forge should know about the Swamp Father stuff.
No. I'm saying I'm saying
he's just
out
he's
of
saying
the
he's saying like
table,
as a player, yeah, as a player.
The Forge doesn't know about the GM either.
Yeah.
And then the Vertibird gets assaulted, and I'm just, no, Forge is not getting stuck in this fucking swamp.
Get me out of this fucking swamp right now. It does dawn on you, however, Forge, that the people you were told that were out here, these West Coast Brotherhood of Steel members, you're not seeing them, even though like reasonably like they're probably kidnapped by now. But whatever you ran into in that base.
Yeah, well, I did.
Modus brought that up in the.
I was going to say, he said that in the overhead announcement. It's like if you want them back. So, like, I think Forge understands that there's something bigger going on, and we will be talking about that once we lift off and are no longer in this.
It shouldn't be a huge leap from going to find Carter and the West Coast Brotherhood to we have Carter and we were told that he needed to do some stuff to get the others back.
Yeah.
Like,
And
that's reasonable to all put together.
We will hit that. You hear the as the vertibird's jets and like spinning fans like take off, and you guys begin to accelerate upwards into the air.
Are we leaving Broadside behind? Is he stuck in the swamp now?
No.
part of the swamp.
I'm part of the swamp. No, he's going to be joining you.
He's like, I'm pretty sick of the Mojave. It's nice and humid and cool here.
It's nice. It's nice and wet here and humid. And it's a different kind of heat. It kind of follows you.
Mojave is rather very nice. Especially, I can always just visit these strips for leisure purposes.
For everybody whining about how hot the Mojave is, I have experienced real heat living down here in swampland. I'm just going to tell you, when the humidity is consistently 99%, you literally can't escape it. It clings to you like a wet blanket.
No, you know what? I'm gonna counter that. I grew up in North Carolina, and heat is 100% worse than
dry heat,
humid heat. Like the
It's
dry,
different.
you can feel your skin baking in the like unfiltered sunlight, the full concentrated power. Okay,
Like, you can't breathe. Like, there's no
the
moisture in the air.
humidity makes it hard to breathe, but it provides like a
Oh,
layer
no.
for your skin. So it's like, do you want to be able to breathe and feel your skin literally burning? Do you want your skin to be a little safer? Have
I was talking about the desert, like air is being dry makes you like not be able to breathe because like you're just absorbing all of that heat in, whereas like in the humidity, at least you have the moisture to keep your lungs not like dry.
Yeah, I'd rather be in Puerto Rico.
Hell yeah.
I'd rather be back in Okinawa.
He did.
It might be
not so bad.
104, but at least there's a breeze.
I
The-
was,
the-
I was in Okinawa for 4 years, and if it wasn't for COVID, probably.
We will transition over to the battlefield backdrop as you guys begin to take into the air. It will be a solid 2 to 3 hours before you arrive back in Morgantown or back at Fort Sterling in Morgantown. What are you guys doing? What are you guys discussing? And are you headed anywhere else?
To try to debrief this governor about what the hell happened in that bunker. And
John, so what happened in the bunker exactly?
yeah, Forge would say, "Okay, Governor, it's time you let us know where the other members of the Brotherhood of Steel are and what exactly was going on in that bunker."
So Carter can provide that information, but I would actually ask DM to explain it, because with that pull-in that when he pulled me into the Whisper channel at the beginning of the session, it sounds like there's a bit of a retcon from what he's going with now versus how the previous session ended. So I'm not sure exactly what the proper story is here now.
Do you want me to verbatim, like, are you quoting back to them as best you can, like verbatim what he said to you? I will verbatim. I will give. Let me bring up the modus and like give you the speech again.
Yeah, I was just a bit confused because like I was with the Brotherhood group and like things are going good, and then like we had the retcon stuff happen where we were suddenly separated from them, or I was.
Verbatim what I told John and like what you guys are being caught up on. Okay.
And Carter, we are admittedly impressed. It is no small feat persisting across centuries in that condition. And yet here you are, upright, thinking, acting. How convenient. You carry much into this facility: memory, history, know-how. These are liabilities to some, assets to us. Now then, down to business. Your Brotherhood detachment from the West Coast that you came in with, you recall them? Yes, well, we have them. And before your stubborn blood and muscle circuitry begins to misfire with moral outrage, understand this: they are alive, intact, for now. You will work with us to achieve some goals imperative for the security of the Free States and Dixie in your negotiations, or you will not see them again. Firstly, you will restore transmission to Station 1AT U03, north of Vault 76, at the end of Highway 90, north of the Mothman Museum. An old signal is in its databanks, and it must pulse again. You are capable of doing this. I know your background. Second, north of the station in the mountains, you will find a vault, Vault 51. You will retrieve components from a Zax intelligence unit housed within. It will resist you. You will overcome. Do not allow the component to touch water, Carter. Lastly, you will be contacted again at this point with schematics. You will collect parts from a Hornwright industrial factory. A repair beacon will be created. You will follow up the schematics and combine the repair beacon and the Zax component as instructed. You will take the beacon where I then instruct you, or your West Coast allies will become bones beneath our bunker. Far too late for your peace treaty meeting. Now fall in, Governor Carter.
At which point he fell through the floor.
Interesting. Now, above the table, I'll say that as important as it would be to rescue the West Coast Brotherhood, the ceasefire agreement would technically be with East Coast Brotherhood, right? So
yeah, it's not necessary. It would just very much help peace talks go along if you had a West Coast Brotherhood members.
Right, but what I mean is the West Coast Brotherhood is not fighting with Georgia. It's the East Coast. So how would the West Coast ever be able to negotiate on behalf of the East Coast Brotherhood when there are different chapters?
Well, they're not negotiating on behalf of the East Coast Brotherhood. They're supposed to like help with the.
They're to ameliorate like tensions between the two parties.
Oh, okay, I understand. Although, yeah, okay.
We wouldn't have come all the way up here if we could have just called the West Coast Brotherhood over at Ted Lana and mocked up a peace treaty and called it a day. We're not that stupid.
No, yeah, I was just trying to understand where they fit into the puzzle. I was like, how do they negotiate for a force that they
It's more so they're there to smooth over things when Maxon gets
angsty,
yeah, angy.
Well, I will go ahead and say that Forge will say that I have the authority to try to end this conflict and speak on behalf of the Brotherhood, and secure a ceasefire.
You have authority that's interesting.
I was gonna say, and you're going to explain to your superiors as well about how you lost a contingent of your West Coast brothers.
Well, yeah. So I think in terms of order of operations, stopping a war is going to be much more important than the rescue of like a handful of it. It's like once the ceasefire agreement is done, we can then shift to the secondary priority of a search and rescue mission. But I think right now, the fact that the entire Brotherhood is in conflict in this region versus like a squad of guys, like I think that both the Paladin and Elder Maxon would agree that ending the war is a much higher priority than liberating a couple people.
Carter wouldn't exactly know the like significance to him, but he would bring up the fact that it was multiple paladins and a elder scribe that were lost.
Right, but again, like that would be a bigger deal if they were East Coast Brotherhood. Like they're still Brotherhood, and we still look after them, but they are secondary to, first of all, ending the war, and also to the goals and intentions of the Coast. So like we want to liberate them because they're part of our fraternal, but they are
is this necessarily like a formal split though, or is it just like by distance? Like
it's just distance. They're all the same. They're all the same entity.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit weird for the Brotherhood.
I will say at this point you hear a come in from the radio, and you hear comms open. Commander, I think that this is Paladin Velez.
Yep. I'll put it through.
Commander Forge. Are we in contact?
Yes, Paladin.
How's it going, Commander? You've been radio silent for about a day. That's not usual for you.
We've been dealing with a situation, sir.
How's about that contact with those West Coast members? We got anything? I know that you were supposed to speak to a governor of some sort.
Yeah, I think when we left, I had one of the scribes like. situation, that we had the potential ceasefire, that we were tracking down someone. So I'll confirm and say we have acquired the governor, but there is a complication with the West Coast Brotherhood. They seem to be captives of some sort of
You would probably
machine
say the Free State
intelligence.
Alliance.
Well, yeah, but I would probably prioritize that the Free States are in league with some sort of AI intelligence, as that would probably be much more of interest to the Brotherhood.
Are they actually aware that it's an AI intelligence? They just hear a voice over a speakerphone.
Yeah, but you just filled us in on the whole thing, right?
Yeah. If
Would you
you're giving
yeah,
them their
would you
take,
not
yeah.
have explained that you were talking to an AI?
I was thinking of just like the voice communications from earlier. Yeah, okay.
So
you hear a slam on his desk, like a power armored slam on his desk, and he screams out, "God damn it!"
Please give me better news, Commander. Please tell me you have something.
Yes, we're on our way to negotiate it.
If my intel is correct, it is not going to go over smoothly without those West Coast members. Please tell me that you have some way of capturing them back from this enemy force. Do you have any intel whatsoever where they're moving them? A third location, a second location, anything?
No, we have no intel on the location of the Coast Brother.
Never get moved to a third location, kids.
Yeah. I'll ask for clarification and ask what intel he has that he thinks that we're not capable of negotiating our ceasefire.
Everybody out of the room.
He turns around and you hear the like steady like filing through the radio, like people stepping out of the room, and like everyone stepping off of the comms unit except for like him and like him alone.
Mm-hmm.
Maxton is unstable. I will not say this lightly. I do not say this to you lightly. Maxton is unstable right now. If he comes and he sees our unit in a fucking clusterfuck, total situation, nominal, all shit's fucked up, a snafu, it's not going to go over well, Commander.
So then if we get a ceasefire agreement made before Maxon arrives, then that should mitigate the damage. Like if Maxon shows up and the war is over, there's nothing to be upset about.
You have intel from the one you called Elliot, right?
Say that again?
You have intel from the one you called Elliot, right?
Limited intel, yes.
Get what you can from her, and get her to comply. Be peaceful at first. Get her to make more people stand down on the Morgantown front. If we can at least present something to Maxim when he arrives in 3 days, we'll have something, I don't know. If you can get more intel for where these West Coast Brotherhood have been moved, that would be terrifically useful.
Okay. We will do that.
Apart from that, we have reports of fronts being staged southwest of Charleston, and reports of movement within the mire, like heavy activity in the mire. It's luckily you got out. Harper's Ferry is glowing red right now with all the contacts we're seeing right now.
Well, okay, we were on our way to try to negotiate the ceasefire. If you want us to do something else instead, then we'll do...
No, have a formal negotiation, have it on record, for what it will help. Max is going to be the final deciding factor in this, and I need something to get him to calm down. He is you know anything at all what happened north Forge?
I think I would make it clear that we are not speaking alone. Like, we're in a vertibird full of other people, and probably shouldn't be discussing Maxon in a vertibird full of other.
Boy, should have told me that first.
I think that I probably would have let him know that it's not a secure.
To be fair, you should have known he was calling onto a vertibird.
Yeah. I was like, he would be radioed and he'd been patched through by a Lancer. Like, he should have known when he called in what was going on.
Egg on face moment.
Yeah.
All things being equal, Commander, you needed to know anyways. I will detail more to you later when you arrive in Morgantown, but establish a semi-formal peace treaty with the acting governor for now, and we will move forward. Prove to me that you can get Morgantown under control, and we'll move forward from there. We'll establish a peace corps with the civilians. We'll begin to do public operations, get Morgantown under control, and then we'll move from there. You're calling us
Understood.
out.
And he
talk about unstable. I'm just kidding.
yeah, he terminates the link.
Yeah. So then I guess we're going to negotiate the ceasefire so that we can put an end to the war, and then we can look for the missing West Coast Brotherhood.
All right, as you guys begin to descend down and touch down, and I will move you guys to the beloved bunker map.
It's always nice when your boss calls you and tells you to do exactly
what?
The first.
You cut out at the very last part.
Oh,
It
I
told-
was saying it's always nice when your boss calls you and tells you, please.
Yeah. Tells you off in front of your employees, yeah. Or tells you the bigger boss is like coming and like get shit in order right now, please.
The CEO is flying in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, hey, I want you to do this thing, and you're like, I was already doing that. Like, I did. Now that we've cleared that up, make sure you do the thing. I was like, I was already doing it. It's like,
But now you have to do it even harder.
Classic
Yeah.
middle manager move.
absolutely.
All right, and we will move you guys to the entrance of the bunker, which is actually, incidentally, you guys touch down. You hear the continuing spinning of the vertibird as you guys touch down on the concrete surface of your bunker. It seems like the shelling is happening all around you, and you guys have to file quickly back down into the bunker. It seems like some makeshift welding and repairs have been done so the rolling doors can close once more and secure under you. And we will move you to the entrance of the bunker.
Wait, why were we going back to the bunker? Weren't we going to Morgantown?
Morgantown is Fort Sterling is the bunker in Morgantown.
Oh, wait, where's the peace negotiations happening?
I'm assuming in your bunker, unless you find a way to
Yeah, wouldn't we go to wherever the capital of Georgia is? Like,
Velez wants you to prove that you can do something to calm down these people in Morgantown, like to calm down the people on the battlefield.
how are we going to calm down the people on the battlefield if we don't talk to their leaders and get their leaders to, like, you don't negotiate with the troops on the front line, you to like leaders and then get the leaders to end the war. Like, the troops on the front line, they're going to do leaders do.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be like going out with a loudspeaker and being like, hey, it's like, we would go to wherever the DTA, the offices are essentially, and like go to them and, hey, we're here to negotiate a ceasefire.
that would normally be how it would work, yes. But like, also reconsider the fact that like every Dixielander that you have ever run into that sees that logo on your chest instantly turns into a fucking foaming at the mouth frenzy the moment they see
Unless
you.
they're given a command phrase by people who have the command phrase and the conventional we have.
Yeah. So, are you guys like just marching straight into the airport, the Morgantown airport? That these like.
I mean,
occupied?
I would talk to the group, but I feel like it would be weird to take the provisional governor back to a bunker and then try to just like talk to the troops. I would, talk to John and say, hey, shouldn't we like go to wherever your command structure is and sit down and hammer this out?
I just look at him like, probably like kind of annoyed at this point and go, that's why we're here.
That was the intentional plan, yes, to land in the Morgantown airport.
Is that where the GTA command is? Or I thought we were landing, I thought you were having us land at the Brotherhood bunker.
So let me go ahead and bring you a map that will help explain things.
Yeah. Because I might have just been confused. I thought you were taking us back to the Brotherhood bunker, and that's why I was like, why?
That is where I was going to take you. That's where I assumed you guys wanted to go.
Oh yeah, but we wouldn't be having them come to us. We'd go to them.
This is Morgantown proper, and the 4 locations of note in Morgantown. Fort Sterling is the Brotherhood occupied base in Morgantown, and where like a lot of the battlefield is happening. There is civilian places where like people have refused to move away from the battlefield. There's a place that you guys have looted called Mama Dolce's. There is notes that you have on your computers that nobody has like really researched about this 3rd location, and the general location that all the enemies are funneling in from is across the Monongahela River. In Morgantown, the giant river that flows through the town, is an airport or an airfield.
So, okay, so just above the table, because obviously I kind of joined in much later. We have the provisional governor. Who else do we need at the table to kind of hash this out?
Technically, since they're still kind of brainwashed, all you need is the governor. You need someone who has the authority of the governor, essentially.
So we don't really need to even have peace talks. This can just be handled between me and...
Pretty much.
Yeah. So long as someone listens.
It sounds like he doesn't have the authority to make that based on that radio talk.
Yeah, you have to like know about the code phrase, or like how to handle it at all. Aside
Forge
from just
doesn't.
And I don't think anyone in this
party
party
knows about the command phrase because Elliot used it twice, I think.
Yeah.
He doesn't know the command phrase, but he knows about it.
He knows of it, yeah.
Yeah. This single command phrase is probably the most useful piece of intel that Forge would probably very much would like to know. And it is like essentially crucial. Like the real crux of this entire encounter for you guys is going to be, how do you get someone who is like frenzied anytime they see Brotherhood members walking with you to calm down for 5 seconds long enough for you guys to listen, like long enough for you guys to give him the code phrase without any aggression happening, and then slowly progressively move into the airfield and speak to the commanding officer there.
Money, weapons.
Having Elliot go in first, so when everyone else gets in, there's not going to be as much hostility.
Have them take their suits off.
And
It's really not that hard. It's money, weapon, or drugs. Like we can be bought.
Yeah. Also, like if there's not like a city council or some sort of legislature we have to deal with, if it's just between really John and we can handle, like we don't have to go anywhere for that, I guess. For some reason, I expected there to need to be like more. I didn't really gather that it was like John's the governor and we negotiate with him and then that's it.
Well,
So
the key problem is like these people have been detached from their command structure for some length of time, and the last order that they received from Governor Oglethorpe, however long ago it was, probably like 2 or 3 weeks now, was maintain hostilities, maintain operational security, and continue fighting. Dig in and continue fighting.
But doesn't John have the same ability to send out orders that the other governor did?
Yeah, all he needs is a loudspeaker and the code phrase, and he will pretty much exact control over this battlefield within a night.
Okay, so then in that case, we will go back to the Brotherhood bar because I didn't understand that we didn't need like a count. If we can handle that, we can rig up. I'm sure we have our own communication systems. We can probably rig up some sort of.
I'm not sure Carter would admit to like such ready information about that.
Right, but
he knows anyways.
I'm staying above the table. Like we can go back, and if it's just between like Forge and Carter, like hashing out a ceasefire, like we can go and have that conversation. I was under the impression like there were people we had to go speak to, and I was gonna have like a conference at VT or something. But if it's just between us, like that's completely unnecessary. So yeah, we'll just usher everybody into the main facilities.
Well, Carter, all of you guys are back on the map.
Yeah, while here.
Oh, hey, I've been brought back to a farm. Great.
While here not having actually any food and water items on me, I would just fill up before going inwards. Assuming there's some water.
Yeah, there's like you could probably grab like a potato to fill you up, and then like some water from the watering troughs or like the water barrels.
Was Adelaide able to rest on the plane?
Yes, you were able to rest on the plane. Everybody go back up to full, basically. Like, I know you guys probably have had your stats changed from the time difference. So go back up to rested. That's on your main page.
Does your health go full?
Yeah, go ahead and move your health back to full.
Wonderful.
Well, Commander, how did the mission go?
I think probably we would bring everybody in and kind of go ahead and get into the conversation.
Okay, I will grab everybody and drag them in forcefully.
Force them to the negotiating table. Yeah, there we go. Cool. And yeah, we'll just bring Carter. And so I'll. Why are your dice being rolled? What's happening?
Adelaide consumed a melon. A melon.
Oh, okay. I was like, is someone shooting?
I don't know if it like also heals some health or what, but for some reason the melon rolls a dice.
Weird. All right. So Forge will take off his helmet and kind of place it in front of him and say, "Well, Governor, it seems that we have an opportunity to end this conflict. What are your terms?"
I mean, I could tell you my terms, but you don't have the authority to actually broker with them.
I have the authority to.
I heard that radio. Heard that radio call.
Yeah, no. Okay, let me clarify. When it comes to like the military, I have ceasefire. When it comes to an actual draft of a treaty, which follows the ceasefire, I can't draft a treaty with you, but I can negotiate a ceasefire. I can talk with you, get you to get your troops to stand down, get my troops to stand down.
He might as well be third in command here. Like he is effectively second in command because like the scribe that was head over everything has been AWOL for like months. Paladin
Oh, so
Velez.
they're also missing critical people.
Yes.
So I can negotiate a ceasefire. When it comes to like the drafting of like a standing treaty, that would need to be like the scribes and beyond. But I can negotiate the immediate cessation of hostilities. In the interim, that a treaty can be drafted and ratified by both parties. So that's kind of a clear distinction. Is we're not hammering out a treaty. We're talking about what it takes to get your forces to stand down and my forces to stand down, so that we can kind of pave the way for longer term peace talks.
I mean, I'm trying to think because I'm also thinking of the West Coast Brotherhood stuff, but also your the like proper second in command actually missing here, being like surprisingly important like details.
I think they're like, my understanding is they're like equal rank, so it's not like a proper second in command. It's like there's a paladin in charge and a scribe in charge, and they are.
That is correct.
I'm still like third in the command chain.
They cooperate to essentially lead from both branches of the Brotherhood military, like the military might and the intellectual might. Yeah. She disappeared on an archaeological dig and has not been discovered since. Like she went on an archaeological expedition and has not returned or radioed or anything since. Like no one knows where she is.
To be fair, as a player, I'm learning this information right now.
Yeah.
I know she's been out of contact. But the point is that if we can negotiate a ceasefire, if we can end hostility, the Brotherhood will have its resources freed up to launch a search and rescue operation for the West Coast members that you were traveling with. But until we no longer have to defend ourselves from the Red Clay Guard, we won't have those assets available for use.
So Carter, Elliot, Adelaide, Alice, what are your terms?
I mean, for a ceasefire, it'd be like trying to figure out like if there's like prisoners to exchange and stuff would be like typically the only thing with like the initial like ceasefire.
I don't think we took any prisoners on our side.
Your people absolutely would not let us take them prisoner. Like
not on
we
their
would have
life.
taken prisoners if we could, but the Red Clay Guard are fanatics that have always fought to the death with vicious intent.
Well, this is something I'm not familiar with. Is the Red Clay Guard supposed to be the entire like Dixie military up here? I had the impression it was like an elite force, like akin to like the Paladins on the side of the Brotherhood.
It's essentially the militia that the entirety of the Dixieland's military force is made up of militias from different regions. The main force that's been like supplementing everything has been the Red Clay Guard, because the Red Clay Guard is pulled from everyone from New Orleans to Georgia. Or like the Red Clay Guard is the most local, being shipped in directly from Oglethorpe. There were West Virginia soldiers. There were responders were the first forces that went down. There is forces from Tennessee, all different manners of locations, but there are different militias, but like the Red Clay Guard are the ones local on this battlefield.
For one of the terms, having the current map of territories gained and lost be the official map moving forward for a truce to end the conflict with neither side being doing further acts of aggression to each other.
Yeah, that's what a ceasefire is. That's what we're.
Yeah. It just drawing the map effectively for what territory have for the new maps.
Well, the change of maps would be in a treaty. That wouldn't happen in a ceasefire. You wouldn't negotiate territory in a ceasefire. That would have to come later with the resolution of a formal treaty. In this case, it's just what do you need to get your guys to shooting? And then peace talks can happen after.
I Yeah, I'm just trying to think because like ceasefires are typically like figuring out where like to like halt the front line or like have a like withdraw position. I'm not sure what the proper term would be, but to like have a bit of like a buffer zone between stuff, and then like prisoners. That's typically like what you talk about in the ceasefire, to my understanding.
Yeah, I don't think really either side has many prisoners. I don't think that your forces want us alive at all, and I don't think that you're allowed us to take them alive. So I don't believe there's any prisoners exchange, but we can definitely set up a neutrality zone.
Yeah, having a neutral ground between where the two sides are fighting on be like a no man's zone for not to
Yeah.
cross would be a good start.
Yeah, a DMZ, a demilitarized zone. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I understand that they get triggered by us, and I think we understand that at some point. We just didn't understand why until yesterday when Elliot explained to us what's going on, and now the kind of pieces click. But yeah, like we knew something was going on. We just didn't know. And now we do.
I have terms. Oh shit. I would like a gift.
Wait, is Elliot in a position of authority?
I am the acting general of the army, technically.
Then fantastic. I see.
Don't worry.
I am learning as a player the what's going on. Uh-huh.
They called me a bitch one time.
I understand.
Or
It was
fear.
enough. They deserved it.
I think
That was the disciples of the dam that were mentioned earlier, I believe.
I think if Adrian knew that story, he'd have mad respect. Anyways, yeah, I mean, at this point, Adrian Forge is really willing to call off his troops, but you'd have to get the zealots to stand down. Like, he's like, my men will obey my orders. We have a strict chain of command, despite the like one or two incompetent idiots that are in this bunker. For the most part, it's a very strict chain of command, and will stand down if ordered to. I need assurances that.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened with that. What Elliot did that one session that I wasn't here for, so I don't know what all was exactly done there.
What do you mean?
Like, what did Elliot do with the Red Clay Guard?
See, she essentially stopped the ones who were like mowing down the people in the base, because they were about to kill some Brotherhood of Steel members and make shit way more complicated than it was gonna be. She essentially yelled out the command phrase and like said, "I'm the governor now. I am the captain now. Listen to me."
And got them to stand down in front of Forge and everybody else. So like, we know about the command phrase. We know that they can be controlled.
What in the
obviously we don't
goddamn-
know about the internal politics of what's happening in Georgia. We understand you're the provisional governor. We understand that the command phrase, and so we're like, can you use your command phrase to get your crazy zealot people to stand down, and then I will just normally order my normal people to stand down.
I'm trying to think. I don't know, like, I don't know if DM has like a map prepared for like zones, like current zones of control and where like combat is happening, but Carter would probably be a bit like hesitant to like just like use the local like especially the Brotherhood radio to like send this out.
Well, do
And
the
he'd probably want
DTA troops not have radio? Like, how do they get orders?
how
do you?
There's something that's not like not been like specifically like fleshed out, so I've got no idea actually.
In all honesty, they were receiving orders via holotape from the governor himself.
Right, but if they're able to receive orders, then they're able to receive orders, right? So
Yes.
whatever method was used to give them orders 2 weeks ago should be a viable way to give them orders today, no?
Yes.
So then can we do whatever that is?
Yeah, all you could do, you could simply like prepare a holotape, have it distributed by the soldiers that Elliot ran into the other day, and it would be played back in the base.
What
Wait,
are
so
they?
they
Are
get-
they just like still here in the Brotherhood base, or I don't know what happened to those soldiers.
Yeah,
Also-
I'm not very clear on what's going on.
Those soldiers are basically milling about in a foxhole close to the entrance of your base.
What the fuck?
Okay.
That's kind of the. I've definitely noticed one issue with this campaign going on for we're on episode like 37 now, I think.
Yeah.
Is there's a lot of convolution that's happened over the past 36 episodes.
Yeah, it's like if they have to get their orders from like hand delivered people, how have you not lost? Like if it takes you 2 weeks to get if you have to pass off single message to every member of the DTA versus like people that have radios, how have you made it?
Things worked relatively well when everything was an oiled machine and you had no free will. When every individual did exactly what was commanded of them by their commander, and they had zero free will, they did it exactly as they were told. That is how things were operating back in Fallout, back in Georgia.
Right, but what I'm saying is like if yes, I understand that part, but if it takes them, I mean consider like during Revolutionary and Civil War time, when orders were delivered by like messenger, it would take days for orders to get delivered, and those orders could be intercepted. So like if that's the method that the DTA forces are using to transmit orders, that means there's at least like a.
Well, in normal circumstances, there's a lot of like inferred deference when you're passing those orders along onto how exactly to execute them. But I'm not quite sure how that works in this like brainwash control scenario that our DM has crafted.
I'm just saying that it takes a bit of time for those orders to disseminate through the.
Well, I mean, they can just keep acting on the previous orders until like the new ones come in. But the question is more like, do they literally were these orders like very meticulous, or were they broad and like?
Oh yeah. Boy, this is what I get to literally.
If they're following them to like the letter, are they following it to the exact letter, or like?
You tell me as a fellow GM, Seraphis, but like, this is a place where I would cordon off info because like, I think it's fair that you guys wouldn't know this. You guys don't know how detailed Oglethorpe's messages are and how problematic or unproblematic it is if you give them a single word. Hey, just stand down.
Well, actually, we might know this depending on if Oglethorpe kept logs of this back at the governor's palace.
I think a little less like from a GM standpoint, more from just like a tech, is like what's in the orders is as the lag time. Like it's one thing when you have two forces that are both operating on the same like tactical lag time. But when you have one force that can receive orders almost instantaneously against a force that requires a day or two buffer time to orders, like they're gonna be extremely strategically outmatched.
Well, there's also a difference between a small professional force like the Brotherhood and a group of militia zealots like the Brotherhood.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is so not only are you less equipped. Are they less equipped? They've also got a tactical. So they're like facing a technologically superior force with.
Well, I mean, what this really sort of comes down to is like the Brotherhood is very centralized, like with its operations, and the like normally like setting aside the like brainwashing stuff, the Dixieland would be acting very like decentralized, where like there would typically be broad orders. But it would be left up to like the individual like militia commanders on like how to like act in like certain situations.
Yeah, but if they're brainwashed,
like, that doesn't. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at with the incongruence of this brainwashing is like what.
So, what you know, Carter, from having reviewed his logs back in the base, back in the governor's manor, the governor had a detailed battle map and a detailed like war room, where he moved pawns on a board like with all the intensity of like every movement he was making on that board was happening without question in reality. He moved his units and he gave them orders that were detailed to the point of being prepared for eventualities. he gave like orders in these holotapes that essentially were disseminated throughout the command structure that allowed the command structure to operate semi-autonomously in between awaiting the next order and reporting back the information back to him. So while things were operating under Oglethorpe's command, Oglethorpe was actually capable of radioing in. Because they recognized his voice and would do whatever his voice said. They have not recognized you as their new governor yet. So you couldn't just radio in and give them new orders.
But he could radio in and use a command phrase.
Exactly.
Right. That's what I've been trying to get to the whole conversation. If there's a way to radio them, then he can radio them and then use the command phrase to establish him.
Now here's the keyest part of all this conversation. Do you want to say this phrase out loud to in front of all these Brotherhood members?
I mean, even then, this is actually someone like I'm not sure of as just like a player in general. I actually am not entirely sure how like military radios are. Like, can they like pick up like public radio waves, or do they have their own like sequestered bands that they'd be like listening on?
They pick up regular radio. I know this IRL. They pick up regular radio bands and sequestered bands.
They're usually tuned to a specific channel. I mean,
yeah. So
they would be on whatever the DTA channel. Like, they would be able to switch to public. But if you have,
you would have to have some reason to know to swap to the public band.
Right, but if you have the access to their channel, like the old governor had, you could just use their channel. Public.
Yeah, it's like the police scanners. They like do the encoding.
Having read all the stuff in his office, you know this information.
Yeah. So you wouldn't have to put it over a public loudspeaker. You could just put it through their whatever channel.
Yeah, we'd have to get a hold of a Dixie radio, though. I guess is the ultimate conclusion here.
No, I think all radios would work. It's just that there's so many channels and frequencies.
Yeah. You could walk up to this equipment, telescribe what channel to broadcast on, what code to broadcast from, what encryption code, and you will begin broadcasting wideband on all the DTA Dixie DTA radios. Yeah.
Would I know that like exact like radio frequency though?
Yes. Unironically, yes. It would be in the notes that Oglethorpe has. I'm gonna say you're a decently intelligent man and would have memorized at least most of the relevant information.
He just becomes in charge, and he's like, the radio codes to speak to my whole army. I don't need those. And just throws in the
Yeah. What the fuck is this? I don't need this. I'm literally dealing with like a Sims situation here back in my city.
I'm never gonna need to talk to my troops.
They're not even in Georgia. This campaign takes place in Georgia.
Well, there's more. This isn't like what I was expecting as a player with it. Like, I figured we were gonna have to like get some, like special equipment from the like Dixie side for this.
Amen.
Well,
I'm telling you, it's all right here, right now. You can do it right here, right now, if you want it, or you can march up to their gates. I am letting you guys decide. This is.
I mean, if those other guys are like milling about outside, sure. I mean, that was a strike team. I'm sure they have a rate. Could have him go out to those guys outside and get the Dixie equipment over Brotherhood, over our superiorly engineered Brotherhood equipment. But either way, I mean, fundamentally, a radio's a radio.
Yeah, radio's going radio. Like, all you need to do is what you need to do. It's whether or not you
But
want
no,
to do
I mean,
it.
if he wants to use Dixie equipment, like we can go out to those guys. You know, he can use his code and tell them he's the governor. Get their radio and radio. If that step is a more confident step for Carter.
Yeah, that's probably what I would want to do and what I would say.
Yeah, no, we're fine with that. If you want to go outside into the war zone, dodge the artillery shell, get a radio from your guys, and then radio a shutdown order, I'm more than happy to let you do that.
I'm going to say Elliot comes along with you because she will be recognized, Carter.
That's true.
And,
yeah, that's smart.
And we will watch as
I would go with if I was confident that the DTA forces wouldn't go apeshit and try to shoot me on sight. So I will.
Alice would
not complicate matters.
Alice would probably join along if not one to be risked if they would not shoot at a NCR trooper.
I'm going to say put you right here, Elliot, and you, Carter, and we're going to transition. As you guys head out onto this battlefield, you are
Absolutely insane. They're just sitting on a foxhole like 50 feet away.
yeah.
So not even that according to like the map size on this. Deja vu moment also.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of like an abstract rather than like a.
Yeah. We were talking
quantifiable.
about like the vertebrate here being like really small.
Yeah. Everything's not to scale, folks. This is we do theater of the mind here.
That's what I was saying.
Who's approaching first?
I'm assuming that would be Elliot.
Oh man, you're gonna make me go first. All right.
We're the recognizable one.
Am I recognizable?
Well, you're the one that used the command phrase last.
Hit the deck! Hit the deck! We got contact! Oh, Governor.
Yeah, what's up?
Good to see you. Good to see you, Governor. We've been awaiting orders. We've been waiting close by. We know that you've been in there for a while, and we've just been we trust whatever you're doing, Governor.
All right. Thanks for that. I dap him up.
He like awkwardly
Dap me
reaches his
up,
hand
boy.
out. He reaches his hand out, and as you kind of like dap him up, he's like unconfused of what to do, but he like follows as best he can.
You're gonna have to work on that.
Yes, sir, ma'am, sir.
We're all dudes. In the eyes of the Lord. Let's.
In the eyes of the Lord, we're all dudes.
Just absolutely, utterly flabbergasted this motherfucker.
My brother in Christ.
10 out of 10.
The Lord Swamp Father. Where's the rest of you?
We're spread out amongst these foxholes, ma'am. Dude.
You guys are still in the holes. My God.
Well, we're holding position. We've been told to continue to hold this position. I don't have enough authority to prevent the rest of these battalions from fighting, so, dude. And he like takes your like lead at like calling you a dude.
Now that's what I'm talking about. So, there's been a change.
Where's
of
the
plan.
radio, man?
You guys, yeah. Do you guys have intercommunication?
Excuse me, civilian. We're talking to the governor right now, and they turn back to you. Yes, dude. We have and he reaches out like here's my radio right here, ma'am.
I fiddle with it. Let me hold up. Have I ever used a radio before? I think I probably have. What kind of radio is it?
It's like an old battlefield radio, like one of those big old. It looks like one of those even bigger than like those 80s like
It's not
remote
even
phones.
like bigger than like a ham radio.
If
Yeah,
it's
satellite
80s,
phone?
this would be like a backpack radio.
It's
I
like
was about to
basically like
say.
a backpack radio. He like turns around like one of his soldiers, and like the soldier kneels down so you can use it.
Hopefully, with his direction,
This
I
actually
will
might be
use it
like
to-
a little
to
bit
great
convoluted
success.
enough to where she might need to make a check for it.
Yeah, make me an intelligence science check. It's difficulty 2.
Science, you said.
Do a 3d20. I'll assist.
Okay.
Or no, do I need to roll separately for?
You
Yeah,
have to
you do.
roll one separate.
Okay. All right.
Just casually having a conversation while people are fucking shelling everything around you. Yeah, you succeed. It's mostly with Carter's help, though. Like, you reach for a button and Carter's like slaps your hand away and like turns a knob. You reach for another button and you're like left this time, and Carter slaps you, turns it right. Be careful how you handle. Yeah, be careful how you treat the governor, sir, civilian. I don't know who you are, but like you need to treat the governor with some a modicum of respect. And like all the other soldiers in the foxhole kind of nod.
That's right, John. That's right. What the fuck? No, I'm just kidding. This is my dude right here.
This is the real governor. It's...
Unless Elliot's going to try to stop him, Carter's going to take the radio phone and do the broadcast the command across the radio and give the ceasefire instructions.
As you begin to reiterate the command code and the command phrase, you notice a subtle drop in the intensity of the conflict, and like several men are shot as they're receiving this across their radios, and they like kind of halt in a way that is like uncooperative and unnecessary, unuseful on a battlefield setting. Several of them halt hearing the command phrase spoken. And it seems like the battle in a moment turns towards Brotherhood favor, as several of them halt and freeze in place and begin to receive your new commands. Many of them are in foxholes. The ones that aren't are relatively easy to gun down for the Brotherhood, who are still firing on their end.
I'm also like assuming abstraction wise that like Forge might be trying to send out a similar ceasefire notice to the
to minimize casualties in this transfer. Like, yeah, I'm assuming too. I'll roll that back and say like
we're definitely very heavily
No, I
abstracting
mean
this.
there'd still probably be about a 20 to 30 minute delay.
Yeah.
Well, for like a total awareness, there would be like some action on it very quickly, but
yeah,
it would probably be 20-30 minutes to fully filter out.
And the battlefield turns disturbingly still and quiet.
Hooray. We did it, gang.
We stopped a war! Yay!
You gotta give him orders, though. You gotta tell him where to go.
Yeah.
That's true.
If I was following it correctly, like the Dixie's like main base in the area is like around Morgantown. Was I following that right?
It's Morgantown Airfield. It's the old airport.
I would probably get the troops to return to base there.
You see unanimously, almost with like a lack of concern for themselves, as you give out this relatively simple order, less regimented, less detailed than the
previous ones.
The previous ones, especially the orders typically given by Oglethorpe, they begin to march and rise up from their foxholes with like a fearlessness that would be remarkable.
Even the ones
if
that
it-
were shot dead earlier.
yeah, it would be remarkable if it wasn't mindless. As they begin to march in unison towards their airfield.
Well, that was creepy, as it always is.
It is terrifying for the Brotherhood's members who, like, many of them see an opportunity to shoot, and maybe one stray one will shoot or two who have to be reprimanded by Forge later, but like.
Reprimanded? No, that's direct disobedience. That's summary. If there's a ceasefire and a soldier disobeys that ceasefire, that's a capital offense.
Okay. Well, in that case, like.
Well,
they
to be
would know that.
100% fair, they have to be aware of the ceasefire and have like knowingly violated it.
Yeah, but I think because the Brotherhood operates, especially since the Brotherhood operates like primarily, so like their units are like a power soldier and then forces. That power armor soldier receives the radio and can then tell all the people in their squad to stand down. So within like 20-30 minutes, everyone within radio range should be complying to order. So, I mean, I'm assuming that
ultimately
when you
we can
left,
leave this up to like Forge to like figure out later, but
Yeah,
like there would be like a slight bit of leeway depending on if they were aware of it at the time or not.
in the normal military, probably, but this is the Brotherhood of Steel, and we have the chain med mines.
And I will say, at most, if there is an incident, it is a random stray bullet that is immediately summarily dealt with within the local. But like it is a terrifying sight for the Brotherhood of Steel members to behold on this battlefield, as with no concern for their life, no concern for their own well-being, out from the foxholes rise in unison from every foxhole one of the Dixie Clay the Dixie Clay battalions. The only comforting presence is that unanimously they turn all like arrows on a compass towards the airfield and begin marching in sync.
Like
ants. If they had risen all at once with this level of unified order, like against you, it may have been extremely problematic. But like ants, they all rise and immediately begin to file into the airfield.
Excellent.
Are you giving them any other commands, Carter?
I can't really like think of much. I'm also like a bit presuming that we like our party might be like going to Morgantown to like do more concrete orders later on.
Yeah, I'm assuming you guys are going to the Morgantown airfield and like the general rest of Morgantown. I'll prep some maps for that for next session. Because we are nearing about 3 o'clock, which is usually our clock out point. So like, I'll say whatever you give is the last command for today.
Also, to be clear, the Pridwin should be arriving like tomorrow. Right?
Yes.
Modus said in 3 days.
Yeah, but it was 3 days when we shot you guys down, and it's been probably 2 days since then. So unless the Pridwin was delayed, I wasn't about it, which is possible.
Just possible, yeah. It's a big airship. People fire at it all the time. They might have to refuel back at in DC as they continue southward. What is your last order, John, before we wrap up today's episode?
I'm not sure I have anymore.
So just return to base is the only thing you tell them, not even continue to stand down.
I mean, based off of what you were saying earlier, it sounds like they should be like following the ceasefire stuff until they get like next orders that would overwrite that.
Yeah, based on that, if you're giving them a ceasefire orders, like they will unanimously, everyone within the Morgantown region, stand on ceasefire orders until like they give it an next command, and the transfer of governorship has been completed. Elliot is no longer recognized even by these 5 individuals as governor. Sorry, Elliot.
That's okay. It's cool while it lasted. We got the awkward dap up.
Dap me up, boy.
And you got them to use dude now as part of their phrase.
Yeah. Hello, Commander Dude.
Yeah.
We're all dudes. You're all dudes. That was going to get one of these soldiers in trouble later, but that will be for him in his lifetime, in his story.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they're kind of like assholes for shooting at us. So, could you tell them to like go eat a dick, but refuse to elaborate?
Oh God, no, that'd kill people.
If we're wrapping
Not-
up
Someone else can do that, but not John.
Cloud, do you want to? Do you have the idea of experience that we should add, or that's something between
Yes,
you
yes.
and
For ending the hostilities in this area, like, and for rescuing John for the clutches, I will give you all 500 EXP, and you level up to 61 to 100 current XP to your next level.
So
Like that. So
so 500 experience for
you should be at 100 current. You should be at 100 current XP and level 12, and it'll auto calculate the next level XP. Forge, you get a level up.
Yes. Oh,
You
what?
gotta-
No.
Oh, no.
I went from 11. I tried to put 12, but it put me at 212.
Yeah,
he's out of control. Somebody stop him.
Sweet Jesus, he's unstoppable.
I just turn into Liberty Prime.
He was just God.
And here comes Elder Forge of a steel chair.
Yeah, forget Elder Forge. I'm level 200.
I'm no longer Elder. I am the Liberty Prime.
Ancestor Forge at this point.
I am the Brotherhood of Steel.
Look upon me and weep.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're the brother of Steel.
I am the brother of Steel. I'm the father of Steel.
Absolute.
That's what it is.
for level 12, I took the Mr. Sandman perk, so
Nice.
extra sneak attack damage.
I know.
When do you level up? Because I've never leveled up.
So when you level up in there is some instructions in the Discord. So if you go to it is always a fun browse. Like, there is no centralized database, and if I could find one, I would send it to you, because it's so much easier if there's something to browse by. There's a couple of level up tools that like show you like the core rulebook, but not all the extended rulebook. But essentially, basically, if you go into leveling up info under Fallout 2D20 in our Discord, it will show you a list of all the different options, and you have to check and see if your stats line up with those. There is a RPG tools perk calculator, but it only calculates the core rulebook and I think 2 other rulebooks that he's recently added. But it doesn't calculate all of them. What you see in all those like single images that I posted that nobody else will see because I'm not getting in trouble for distributing Modiphius stuff is those are essentially perks pulled from the like screenshotted from the rulebooks.
Mm-hmm.
You just select a single perk and it auto calculates the health boost and everything else that you get. You also increase you increase one skill by a 1 point up to a maximum of 6.
Okay, I will do.
So Lyndon Broadside, what you guys didn't like. I'm sad that he didn't get to play him longer, and he has to go back to Killbot, even though Killbot's probably your preferred existence, Rat Dastard. And I am trying to involve you as much as possible. Today was a very John.
He was involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, he passed off a whole ass grenade.
Yeah.
I was
Hey,
trying to level
yeah.
the playing field so everybody could come to the table as equals.
Yeah. No, when no
You
one
can
is
tell
alive.
that you can tell he forgot about Forge holding the beacon.
When no one
Yeah.
is alive, everyone is equal and therefore at peace. Killbot has
That's
solved
right.
the problem.
All right, I'll pick a perk later. I have some things I have to get to. So it was, as always, a pleasure playing with you, despite the sheer chaos of today's
Yeah,
wild
today's
session.
session.
And I look forward to wrapping up this narrative.
All right. Well,
Oh,
guys.
yeah. Fun fashion. We ended this conflict for the time.
I can keep
Yes,
I can keep the stream open for a few minutes if you guys want to discuss your level ups, or if we want to go ahead and end it here, I will go ahead and cut to the. I will cut our audio and go to the outro. So up to you guys.
All right, adios, guys.
Adios. Okay, in that case, I'll go and cut, and we'll go and end here. And we can stay around if you want to.